Say Good morning and welcome to our session. For all of you who are wondering how to use the headset, please turn on channel 5. We're in workshop room 5, so that's the indication that you need to press number 5. Otherwise, you'll be listening, spying on to our neighbor conversations. So good morning and welcome, and thank you for joining us in this early morning hour after, I think, several receptions last night. So we appreciate you being here for this, what at least all of us here think will be a very interesting and important conversation. It will also be very interactive. So if anybody, I mean, of course, you're all seated, that's fine. But if anybody still wants to join here at the head table, please feel free to do so. Otherwise, of course, also from the audience, you will be invited to contribute. Maybe I should start with saying this session is called Information Integrity Through Journalism and Alternative Platforms. My name is Julia Haas. I'm advisor to the OSCE representative on freedom of the media, and this is a joint session where we bring in really a lot of different components. So we organize it together with IMS and together with Nick Brazil and then also the Deutsche Welle Akademie. So we really bring in a lot of different components, which I think just comes to show that the topic of information integrity, but also, of course, the broader issues that are linked to it can really be approached from vast different perspectives and approaches, showing that it's an umbrella topic, and there are different angles that we try to combine in this conversation today to really look at what information integrity means, what role journalism plays in that, whether and how big tech is undermining information integrity, and how we can overcome this undermining through journalism and platforms. And of course, most importantly, really what we can do about it. So I think the starting point for the conversation that we are having today is really this dominance, this power concentration that was also very highly discussed throughout the first day of the IGF yesterday, where there was almost this basic understanding that we currently cannot have information integrity in the way that our information ecosystem and the digital part of it is organized, is structured. And then there are different ways of approaching it, different angles, and today we will try to bring it together to really say or see what concretely could be done, and also what role states can play in this regard. So I'm very happy to have a very multi-stakeholder panel also to bring in these different components to see what individuals, what civil society, what the media, what also the government, very importantly, and also international organization and media development organizations can do. So I will just very, very briefly introduce the speakers once they take the floor. But again, to let you know that it's interactive, so please feel free at any point also to contribute. If you think it's an interesting question or angle, you want to add something, you have any experience or examples to share, this will be very, very useful. And with that, I would like to hand over for kind of like another round of introductory opening remarks to Denmark's tech ambassador, Anne-Marie Engtoft-Melgaard. And with this, thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I hope you can all hear me. I am delighted to be, this is my first, I think many of us, this is my first IGF workshop this year, this round, and I think there's not a more important topic to start out on this question of information integrity. When you look at the sheer numbers, things are not looking great. It's never been more dangerous to be a journalist around the world. It's never been more dire, I think, for traditional news and media to make its way through the absolute noise of what has also become the internet for many of us. I've been to IGF and Net Mondial and a lot of these gatherings over the past many years discussing a deterioration of the information integrity environment. The role of big tech we discussed for, I think, close to a decade by now. And with that, the discussions on polarization, on a fragmented media landscape that sprawls into a fragmentation of our democracy. So I think the backdrop of what we are discussing and what we are meeting is incredibly grim and dark, and many are facing the real life challenges. And it is a reminder that democracy is not an act of voting. Democracy is something that we exercise on a daily basis, an informed discussion, exchanging different views and opinions, and doing it in an information environment that is healthy and sound and sprawling and allows for that creativity, expression, and for a democratic debate. And so the system is under pressure, but one thing that does make me, I think, somewhat hopeful and optimistic is that we see more and more individuals trying to break free of what is the current environment. And so while I hope that today we'll have a discussion that we continue on, so what do we do around these questions of increased polarization, disinformation, how it creeps into the very institutions of democracy? What is it with the business models that are still not serving public interest when it comes to information integrity? What is the opposite side of that? Who are those individuals who are finding different ways, using different platforms? I am delighted to see the number of new platforms that are taking that quest of saying, we don't have to use the only big 2, 3, 4 platforms. We can make our own ones. When I meet young people and they, I lament that they don't read newspapers, they say, but I do, I follow TikTok. And there are these individuals that I have no clue who are, but they have 50,000, 100,000 followers. And they actually give credible news, but in a very different way than my long format and slightly boring newspaper articles that I prefer to read. And so information integrity is a top priority for Denmark. This has been something we've been engaging in over the years. We launched a blueprint on information integrity in collaboration with Wikimedia in the Netherlands last year. We've been engaged through the Freedom Online Coalition and at these various gatherings with so many of you. We believe that it's pushing a positive vision of trust, agency, and diversity. Trust, agency, and diversity. This really has to be a root cause of how we're thinking about information integrity. And I hope that we can have a conversation today on how do we do that and how do we ensure that in that there's greater platform accountability and accountability in this community. How do we keep ourselves up to the standards so when we meet again 5 years from now, we have actually moved the needle in information integrity? We see that power is concentrated with big tech, and I'll finish in just a second, and the governments who regulate these things, and that's the one I represent here. IGF is really an underpinning of the multi-stakeholder model. So with that, use the multi-stakeholder model today in today's discussion on maybe telling either big tech or governments like myself what we need to do to get it more right and what we need to do to advance this so-called information integrity that is really about a space online where all of us likes to be, dares to be, and can exercise their democratic rights. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador, for this very strong words. I think really these key words that you mentioned about trust, agency, and diversity, I think will be a beautiful setup for the conversation we're having today to really frame everything around it. Another point that I found incredibly important that you said is that the democracy is really this process, right? It's really about every day. Then, of course, elections are a peak. But it's about being able to be informed. And in the end, what we're talking about is pluralism, which is what democracy is about, and being able to have this different angles and different platforms and different opportunities to express oneself, to access information, and all of that. So I want to just very briefly also tell you a few sentences on the approach that the OSCE is taking. So as you might be aware, the OSCE is a security organization originally, but really understanding human rights as essential component of security. And there we have a representative on freedom of the media, where we work a lot also on the issues that were mentioned. And we are about to finalize policy recommendations, precisely 2 states that were developed over the course of the last almost 1 year now in a set of roundtables and consultations to try to bring together different experts, different perspectives and experiences to try to identify not only what the key challenges are in the information space, particularly from the perspective of journalism and independent media, but to really say how to take it further. What are the different angles? And something, the way we approached it is to look at basically 3 components that we understood as being essential in building an information space that is based on information integrity, on agency, on pluralism, diversity, all the keywords that you have also been mentioning. And one of that is the question of financial survival. So really the question of media viability. Because if we speak about the availability and accessibility of public interest information, of course, we have to make sure that individuals and societies are able to continue to produce such quality information. So one of the aspects we are approaching is to look at what measures are needed and how states can support an environment where media is sustainable in this ecosystem of power concentration. So how to make sure that those who distribute and benefit also financially from journalism pay the journalists. So there is a lot of experience that many of you will be aware of regarding remuneration, fair compensation, bargaining codes, digital levy. It's also a point that is coming more and more into the discussion. But then the second aspect is also if we are able to make sure that journalism is available so they are able to exist and to continue to work, then also it's a question of how to make it visible, right? Because we all know that in the current information space, it's not only about high quality public interest piece of information being out there somewhere, but it's really the question of how to get it to the attention, because the business model you've been referring to is really about this attention and way more the visibility than it being available at some point. So the second aspect we've been looking at is really how to make sure that there is due prominence to journalism and to quality information, and what approaches states could take to mandate this visibility without risking, on the one hand, to further entrench the power of these actors to actually distribute the content, but also without the risk of capture and political pressure from governmental side or from captured regulatory bodies. And then the third aspect that we see as kind of interlinked but equally important is also the question of safety. Because of course, if we want to have quality journalism available online, that means that journalists also need to be safe to navigate in these spaces. So we will also be providing a lot of recommendations on how the safety of journalists can be better realized in the digital spaces. But something that really became clear in all these discussions is while we need some of these urgent mitigation measures almost in this current ecosystem that we are in, there is also an increasing recognition from the entire community, be it the media community, the internet community, the information integrity community, all of that, that we're almost at a point in time where we really have to move beyond this kind of like fixing here and there the ecosystem, but we have to be stronger and better in imagining how do we see a healthy information space. This is also a word you've been using to really say how can we create a space where everybody is able to have trust, agency, and diversity, to go back to these keywords. And it's really great that today we will be able to hear about a few initiatives from both sides, right? How to be able to rein in on this power concentration in the information space, but then also to go this extra mile, so to speak, to create alternatives, to have ideas of how we can reclaim almost this space that is supposed to belong to everybody, to be able to have informed people, informed societies, and therefore be able to have democracy and security in the end. This will be published, just a short teaser in September, and I'm very happy, of course, to share it with everybody. It will also be published online. So just to give you a bit of the background also where the OSCE is coming from and why we are also very happy to bring together this, together with the partners, this conversation today. And now I would like to bring in also the perspective of one specific country, because an idea of today was also to really bring in the international component, all these different multi-stakeholder initiatives such as the IGF, but then also really go to the regional level, to the local level almost, to see what has been tried, what lessons can we draw for this international conversation and for this multi-stakeholder cooperation. So I want to hand over to Renata Mieli, who is, I think, the coordinator also of NIC and from the Ministry of apologies, I didn't prepare properly on the names. The special advisor for the Ministry of Science and Technology, apology for that. But it would be really interesting if you can, like, also building on this strong introduction that we heard, what is the experience, like how does the Brazilian side go into this conversation on information integrity? Why do you think it's important also from this positive framing instead of just speaking about disinformation as we did a few years ago? And also considering this big tech power, Brazil has intervened and has tried to take very concrete steps. So if you could share a little bit from your side, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you for having me. I have the responsibility of replacing my colleague, Secretary João Brant, in this workshop. He has led this agenda in our government, and I will briefly present the perspective of our government and some initiatives regarding, oh my God, much better, regarding information integrity. It's weird. Well, first I want to emphasize that we are living a time when the very foundation of our public information environment is under threat. The existence of a shared framework guided by trust, credibility, public interest, and professionalism is being seriously challenged. Yet, such a framework is essential for building and sustaining democratic societies, as Anne-Marie said, is the very foundation of our daily basis democracies. The consequences of this erosion, mainly driven by the power of big tech companies, which control the flow of information in our society with unprecedented influence, are clear and serious. Attempted coups like the one we experienced in Brazil in January 23, interference in electoral and political processes, the rise of hate speech, targeting vulnerable groups, and the increasing exposure of children and adolescents to harmful content. Tackling this problem is a strategic priority. That is why Brazil considers information integrity a central pillar of both democracy and human rights. This view is in alignment with ongoing global discussions within multilateral organizations. Let me highlight two important references: the United Nations Global Principles for Information Integrity and the Global Digital Compact, which calls for inclusive, secure, and trustworthy digital spaces, grounded in values like truth, inclusion, diversity, and accountability, and of course, agency, like Ambassador Anne-Marie said. During Brazil's presidency in the G20 last year, information integrity was included for the first time in the ministerial declaration of the Digital Economy Working Group. This was a milestone and a clear sign of growing international commitment to shaping healthier, more plural digital ecosystems. From Brazil's perspective, it is essential that countries work to foster diverse and resilient digital environments and to overcome the negative externalities created by the business models of major platforms. To that end, Brazil has taken important steps with initiatives that are underway within the government, National Congress, like promoted media and digital literacy. For us, this is a very strategic point, because without literacy, people can't defend themselves from the disinformation. Strengthening the debate and presenting proposals due diligence obligations for platforms, supported public media, and developing frameworks for proportional and effective accountability in digital spaces. But we have also been addressing this issue through the judiciary, notably our Supreme Court, notably with the blocking of X due to non-compliance with Brazilian court orders, and now the debate about liability of digital platforms. One issue that deserves special attention is the impact of generative artificial intelligence on journalism. Brazil believes we must not normalize the uncompensated use of professional journalistic content by AI systems. The current model undermines the economic sustainability of journalism, and that affects our entire democratic ecosystem. In response, the Artificial Intelligence Bill, recently approved in the Federal Senate, and now under the discussion in the Chamber of Deputies, includes a provision for fair compensation when copyrighted material is mined or used to train AI systems. But we are aware that national measures alone are not enough. Turning principles into actions require coordinated multi-stakeholder efforts. It demands dialogue across sectors and regions to address algorithmic transparency and to ensure fast, coordinated responses to disinformation campaigns. In particular, regulating digital ecosystems requires international cooperation to strike the right balance between freedom of expression and accountability. Brazil is proud to have contributed to this agenda in partnership with the UN and UNESCO through the launch of the Global Initiative for Information Integrity on Climate Change, which I should mention is the topic of a dedicated workshop today at 3:30 p.m. But just to point here, the initiative's work is structured around four main pillars: integrating information on climate change into international agendas, promoting global mobilization by inviting diverse sectors to share tools, knowledge, and resources that support information integrity. 3, financing projects aimed at strengthening information integrity related to climate change, and institutionalizing the agenda of information integrity on climate change by encouraging the development of public policies on the issue. We invite the international community to join us in this effort. Let us turn shared principles into practical collective action through participation in the UNESCO Partnership Call and the multi-stakeholder mobilization being led by the COP30 presidency. Information integrity is a shared responsibility. Together, we can build public trust, protect the democratic dialogue, and ensure the reliable, accurate information serves as a solid foundation to address the climate change of our time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this broad overview. I think you really brought in a lot of different perspectives and also highlighted that there are really a lot of different initiatives out there. And one of the key things, at least for me, that you mentioned now is that it's fantastic to see that Brazil is at the forefront of many of these issues, but that national action alone is not, it's necessary, but it's not sufficient in and of itself. So it's really important to say how can it inspire this collective action that you referred to. And it will be very interesting also to explore how these initiatives that you referred to and also this document, but also the global principles by the UN and the Global Digital Compact, how they can really be operationalized and how they can inspire different actors and governments to take action for this. To linking back with what you said, this shared reality, which is also something that is very often referred to that the Nobel Peace Prize, Maria Ressa, is always saying that without, just to paraphrase a bit, that without information integrity, we're not able to have this trust and facts, and therefore not a shared reality that's the basis of democracy. So thank you very much for saying, for outlining how the Brazilian approach is to rebalance this power and focus more on information integrity. There are a few things that you mentioned that I would also like to still ask our next speaker, Bia Barbosa from the Coalition for Rights on the Net, to speak on. One aspect, you brought in also generative AI, which I think is really important to also look forward, not only address the same issues that we've been speaking for many years now that are unfortunately still not solved, but also to really bring in new developments and emerging technologies that accelerate and exacerbate many of the challenges we're talking, and to ensure this remuneration that you referred to. So this is one of the key words, remuneration, but then also the essential role of pluralism for information integrity is something that was mentioned by both of our speakers already. And then also how this information integrity can be linked to platform governance and platform regulation, I think is a very important angle to further explore. So if, Bia, you could jump on some of these keywords and also bring in the example of like the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee and the approaches that you're taking. I think this would help to take the conversation further. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julia. Good morning, everyone. It's very nice to be here with you all. Thank you, Nick and the CGI for helping organizing this gathering here. And the Brazil Internet Steering Committee, as we mentioned, we are a multi-stakeholder space made of representatives from government, business sector, academia, and civil society, where I come from, and responsible for developing guidelines for the use and development of the internet in Brazil. So I'd like to share a little bit with you some reflections that we have made in the committee regarding this topic. But I would like to start reaffirming the importance of plural, diverse, and independent information ecosystem to ensure the integrity of online information. We need journalism, we need media outlets, we need independent journalism initiatives to fight against the disinformation and online, but only to be able to promote a more diverse public debate on this new public sphere. As mentioned before by Renata and by the ambassador as well, large digital platforms, including artificial intelligence, a system for moderation and content recommendation, have revolutionized the way we disseminate and consume information. And unfortunately, today is the technical, political, and institutional decisions from these companies that determine what information we have access to through hyper-personalization of content. Specifically, two companies, Google and Meta, for sure, hold a dominant global position in the distribution of news and information. Daily, 5 billion people access information through their platforms and services. And the media's heavy reliance on these platforms to reach their audiences threatens the independence and sustainability of journalism. This can lead to a fragmented information landscape, limiting access to pluralistic information, exacerbating political polarization, and hindering the construction of a pluralistic public discourse. All this in a scenario where users don't know what journalistic information has been automatically excluded or to which they have been explicitly exposed. For this reason, the Brazil Internet Steering Committee, in its effort to formulate guidelines for platforms regulations, has placed the integrity of information as one of the principles for this regulation. We have an open consultation on that to listen to Brazilian society about these principles. And according to this one, regulation should act to protect the right to information and promote the accuracy, consistency, credibility, and reliability of content, process, and information systems. In addition to that, to maintain a healthy and safe ecosystem, quality information, journalistic information, scientific content, and policies for preserving memory and combating fraud and misinformation should be promoted through regulation. In other words, in a scenario where social media are the main sources of traffic for online sites, according for about 2/3 of their global reach, social media content recommendation systems should expand diversity and reliable sources of information. This can be done, for example, through self-regulatory standards such as the Journalism Trust Initiative, developed by organizations as Reporters Without Borders and already adopted by more than 2,000 media outlets worldwide. But producing quality content, as Julia mentioned, is expensive and growing, and the growing role of intermediaries between the media and their audience has led to a significant loss of advertising revenue for media outlets. These resources are now enriching platforms and, above all, being used by AI companies to train their models without taking into account the rights of content, the copyrights content, and the rights from creators and journalists. In Brazil, there are currently 3 models under discussion on how to compensate journalism for the loss of advertisers to platform market, for the use of journalist content by these companies, and also for tackling the information disorder caused by business models that aim for profit rather than fact-based public debate. The first one, already mentioned by Julia, I think, already adopted in several countries, deals with copyright remuneration for journalistic initiatives. So the use of journalist content, for example, in platforms, news aggregators would generate payments for the links used in these systems. This is the model currently under discussion in the Artificial Intelligence Regulation Bill that Renata mentioned at the Brazilian Parliament. The second model is the same one implemented in countries such as Australia and Canada, which provide compensation to media outlets through bargaining agreements. This was considering a legislative initiative discussed in the Congress, but has not yet been approved. And finally, a third model under discussion that provides that is based on taxation of platforms, based on their annual income or advertising revenue, to allocate resources to a public fund to promote journalism, which should contribute to the sustainability of media in regions considered news deserts or with low information pluralism. The Brazilian Internet Steering Committee also conducted a study on this topic, on the subject, mapping out the main tensions in this debate in Brazil. One of the difficulties they identified, for example, is conceptualizing journalistic content. What is journalism? What is not journalism? And establishing who should be remunerated, the journalists or the media outlets. Another controversy is who should pay and for what. That is, what should be remunerated by the platforms? The publication of a link, the snippets, so small excerpts from the report, from a text, so journalist content. Should entertainment journalism be included in the remuneration rules or not? So these are all issues that require further study, but they need to be urgently considered by public authorities, decision makers, and legislators. If we don't want journalism to become increasingly weakened in the face of the enormous powers of these digital giants, and reliable information to be lost forever among clicks in search for engagement. Thanks a lot for this 5 minutes, and I hope you can join the conversation afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bia. I think really also your last sentence was very powerful on saying that it's not being lost like the journalism. And I think it really speaks to how important it is not only to speak about what we see, and very often like this almost negative framing of, oh, there's so much disinformation around, but it's really also about what we don't see and what we want to see, and how to make sure that credible information, reliable information, independent media, the information that is needed for democracy is available, accessible in the digital space, and also that we have this shared view on it. Some of the aspects that you mentioned, like the fragmentation, the hyper personalization, of course, only increases with generative AI. So it's really important to turn back on the role, the essential role that journalism plays for information integrity with this positive framing. And thank you also for outlining also these initiatives and different regulatory approaches to ensuring that journalists and their work is not being exploited by digital giants, how you refer to them, and that they make more profit while really draining out the journalistic work. With these examples from specifically the Brazilian context, but also obviously you already referred to a lot of other initiatives and regulatory approaches, it would be interesting to also link it back to this international discussions, international initiatives. Again, we already heard about the Global Digital Compact. We know that there are a lot of different other initiatives out there, like the Visas Plus 20 and other things. There are a lot of initiatives, so it would be really useful for the conversation. And I would like to ask our next speaker, Jan Dublinski, who is the head of policy and learning at the Deutsche Welle Academy, to help us to kind of link this together, right? We now heard journalism is essential for information integrity. We have these big players out there. We have a lot of initiatives. So where do you see the need and what concretely to do to foster media freedom, to safeguard it in this international information integrity conversations, and to also bring in the perspective of the Deutsche Welle? That would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Julia. I'm quite impressed by what we heard so far. I don't know how it is for you, but it's really a wealth of information, and I'm just trying to get it together. And for me, it's quite an exciting moment, because in the past IGFs we've always struggled to get the journalism topics on the agenda, and now suddenly it's there, and it's clear to everyone that something needs to happen. So this, for me, being a former journalist, I worked 20 years as a reporter. It's exciting to see, and it's and now I run, with international development money, larger projects to support media freedom and the development of independent and reliable media. For me, it's not about saving media houses per se. It's about saving the function of journalism. So, right, it's about understanding the world where we are through information. First function, second function is for me holding power to account. Still, who else does it if not journalists? And the third is enabling dialogue in society. And this is what we want to be enabled in this new world that we're in. And Anne-Marie, really pointed out well the problems, and I think it's good that we don't only talk about the problems, but about what we can do. And that's my first answer, Julia, is that we really need, focused and outcome-oriented work. So if we all travel to Oslo, I think we should each know why we're here and what we're targeting and what we want to achieve. That's, for me, the first thing. But I'd like to add one problem to the problems Anne-Marie outlined. It's that the development money is at the moment severely cut, not only by the US government, as you know, 268 million of annual spending are cut, which is a large portion of international development aid for media, but also other countries withdraw, which is a major problem, obviously, and I'd like to at least mention it. But it's not only the funding cuts, it's also the threats to journalists and human rights defenders that come when authoritarian regimes now take over. And there's this image of information deserts. So if journalism goes away, suddenly we have deserts or steppes or something like this. But the truth, it's not dying out. It's just that the whole space gets flooded with wrong and false and intentionally misleading information. So it's more the idea of the mud sweeping across our spaces. And this is, I think, what we're up against. So for me, I'd like to highlight three aspects, and I'll go through each of them. The first is we need international frameworks. The second is we need to conduct fast and applied research to guide our strategies. And the third is that we need to strengthen partnerships for media viability and the survival of good quality information. So let me talk about the first, the international frameworks. For me, there are a number of frameworks that are of importance, the Media Freedom Coalition, the things UNESCO does. But at the moment, the most important process that you should all be aware of, and you are aware of, obviously, is the WSIS Plus 20. And we should be, the documents are for review since last Friday, I think. And for me, it's three things that are really important for the WSIS Plus 20. First of all, we need to make sure the basic human rights are strengthened in that document, especially freedom of expression. In the line C9, for those of you who are involved, I think you should comment and strengthen this with your partners. Second is, of course, multi-stakeholder model is key. It's not about states talking to each other. It's about everybody being involved. It's inclusive, human rights-based, human-centric, the type of multi-stakeholder at IGF that we want to advance also in the future. And then, of course, platform accountability is something that the WSIS Plus 20 review should be insisting on, if you ask me. So that's my first point. The second point I'd like to make is research. I mean, the results Julia just highlighted are extraordinary. I've had the privilege to read her executive summary already, and I'm really looking forward to reading the full report. It's really in detail. It has contains a lot of expertise from the people she interviewed, and she got to roundtables, and it really will guide us. And the Brazilian example is a brilliant one where we can all learn a lot. So I think we need those kind of studies. And I'd like to mention the State of Media Development report we as DW Academy have just published. It's an overview of where international media development is at the moment. I can talk about it more later if you ask me to, and I'll have a few copies if you want to have a look at where is media development at the moment going and what are the problems that we need to tackle. And my third and last point is the Media Viability Manifesto initiative, which is an example for really grassroots experts coming together from, I think over 20, media development organizations, really trying to say what can we do about media viability. And of course, there's no silver bullet in saving journalism and quality information. But there is now, thanks to this initiative, a common language. So we have definitions of what we talk about when we talk sustainability, when we talk viability. And we have a common advocacy agenda, and we know how to move forward. And of course, we align practical implementation in the future, which is really welcomed also by donors, because they want the sector to get together. They want people to align and know what they do, and not everybody running in a different direction. And I think this is advancing well, and it shows that something can be done. It's small steps, but here I have a few copies also of the Media Viability Manifesto if you're interested, but you can find both documents if you Google them. So let me sum up. Media Viability Manifesto, I think, is a key initiative for advancing not only consulting media on how to better reach their audiences, but also how to establish frameworks that help media actually to do their job. Then research in general, I think, is something we need, but it needs to be targeted, strategically targeted towards what we want to achieve. And of course, let me remind you of the international frameworks like the WSIS Plus 20 review, and they must contain the essence of the functions of journalism that we all try to advance. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for also this very useful framing and additions, and really pointing to the fact of the need to safeguard journalistic functions. So it's not about just saving the newspapers nobody reads, as we heard in the opening, or something else, but it's really, when we speak about democracy and integrity, it's really about how can we contain what journalism's role is in society and in democracy. And I want to jump on one of the points that you said, that of course the media development sector is now under additional strain also, which means there is an increased need for better partnerships, for being more strategic, for being more focused, for really trying to identify also what specifically should be supported and invested to build a better and healthier information ecosystem. And that's, I think, a perfect link to our next speaker, and to Magnus Ag, who is the head of public interest tech at IMS, to really precisely try to do that, right? So to see, of course, the role of the media development sector is to help ensuring that journalism thrives, ideally, in all different contexts and under all different challenges, but then also really to look at what specifically can be done, how can technology be leveraged, how can we make sure that this big concentrated companies are not just taking over the information space, but to the contrary, how can alternatives be built that are sustainable in the best case scenario, or that can be invested in to make sure that people can access the reliable and credible information that journalists are supposed to provide. So, Magnus, it would be very interesting to hear from you. What is public interest tech, maybe, to start off with, and where do you see the role also of the media development sector with now this need for targeted action to support alternative infrastructures, and to not only go to this assessment, the current ecosystem is not in line with public interest, but what can we create alternative, how can we support, and how can we catalyze also this maybe examples, local experiences, and bring it to the international component.
Thank you so much, Julia, both for the questions, but also for, I think, for all of us to pull us together. We merged 3 panels in this, and your work here has really been outstanding, and you don't get to say that as a moderator, but someone who's been on the sideline of that's really grateful for that. And another one I just want to thank off the bat, Colette from my team, who is on maternity leave now, have not given birth as far as I know, but looking online. So thank you, Colette, for getting all of us here. You've really played a key role. Thank you to all of you panelists for being here. Really excited for this conversation. I thought my contribution would try to limit it, but the solution focused, anchored on like 3 elements. IMS, what are we? Information integrity, what do we see there? And then these alternative platforms, how does that fit into it? So just for the context, IMS is next year 25 years of media development with a model of supporting good journalism, the production of it, the viability manifesto collaboration with Deutsche Welle, and we of course very much aligned with Deutsche Welle on many, many things, so glad to be here on building on that. What Jan just said, Also the safety component key, of course, and then this enabling environment that over the years have changed. It's been very much safety at some point. It's still very much safety, but of course digital environment is what dominates a lot. So that's kind of where I come from, and where we do this development work and where we have our partners is in areas of crisis and conflict and democratic transition. So the relationship with government are different and changing, but not always easy. So some of these conversations are really interesting. Like, what's the perspective there from those kind of places where you might not have the same level of trust in your government? And there, looking at the solution is really exciting. The journalists or others who are building something, they are so often the ones we kind of find inspiration from. And that's where this information integrity framing is really welcomed by us. These journalists that we work with hit by disinformation, the devastating consequences there. They're paralyzed sometimes, or they're targeted specifically, business models challenged, so the ability to fight back often limited. And I think information integrity just hits at that, what our partners are trying to do. And with a nod to Guy Berger, that many of you know and is our board chair now, think of this as a field, right? You have a lot of weeds suddenly, like the scale of the weeds growing in this field is just immense, and you're trying to remove it, but no farmer or gardener would stop there, right? You just have an empty field. You would plant some seeds, have some flowers, some crops, something that grows and nourishes, and I think information integrity is really a helpful framing in like, remind us of all that. It's not to not remove the weeds, not to not have focused good disinformation efforts all around, but it's also a reminder that, yeah, there needs to be something else. Some of that is good journalism in a traditional sense. Some are other kind of good stuff that nurtures local democracy, local participation, conversation, etc. And that's what we are here for, to talk about. And I'm really excited for this solution focus on that. I think the challenge strategically and what we as an organization are trying to grasp, and I would love to have input, is this balancing between scale and local context, understanding, and agency, right? Because when you look to the company, and often when you talk platforms, you're so blinded of how big Facebook is, and like, what's the alternative? Like, are we building the alternative Facebook? Probably not. What's the Achilles heel of Facebook? Yeah, there's many, but maybe also local context understanding is pretty consistent there, right? So we as a media development organization, of course, have these wonderful partners that we have trust relationship with over 5, 10, 20 years to some extent, that have this local trust and have this local understanding. They don't have the Facebook platform, and they don't own it, and they don't have the capital to build it. But it's not kind of rocket science by now to host some of these things. So that's kind of how we came into talking about public interest infrastructure, and that this 100-year tradition of journalism has a good understanding of some of what is in the public interest, or how is the marginalized voice included when it functions the best, and not a carte blanche to all journalism, but like when it functions, when it's independent, and when it's anchored in local communities, it really has that power to change society, or to link up with broader coalitions of other actors that uses that information for something. And we framed that then as public interest infrastructure, right? I'm really pleased with these processes and other global level conversations that kind of frames that. And we really think our partners fundamentally are having something to contribute there. And it becomes kind of almost personally, because there's so much doom and gloom, and for good reasons when you walk around these panels. I'm so privileged to then work at an organization that can focus. And if you focus at a local level, at a local partner, doing something, maybe macro developments are pretty devastating in that country or globally, but there's like a little media house that is thriving, or there's a radio station that got a good community going on, and I should stop talking actually, because what it's a privilege here is also to then give the word to those organizations that are actually doing the stuff. And often I go around on stages and talk about Jami Africa, and I'm sitting next to the founder. So maybe I'll flip it back to Julia to kind of ask the question, but just for you guys to listen to what Maxness here has to say, and then from a global perspective, think of how do we scale that? Not necessarily like Max should take over the entire world, but like similar initiative. What do you see from with your hat on in a policy process somewhere that can scale or be copied, or we can learn together, come together and build something there that is better? And it's not that it's all journalism, but I'm pretty sure there's a component there where good journalistic skills and ethics and methodology is helpful. So with that, over to Julia, and hopefully then Max, if you agree with that plan.
Thank you so much also for your enthusiasm towards the topic. I think this is also something that we often need again, right? To see in this doom and gloom conversations we're having, to really see there is so much inspiring work out there. So how can we scale it? How can we better understand it? And I mean, you already introduced our next speaker, but I just before handing over to you, Max, I think it's really important what at least comes to my mind now after hearing you speak, Magnus, is really this integrity of information, but also of the information spaces and the information ecosystem. I think this is really what we're talking about when we go into this infrastructure and how platforms, alternatives can be designed to make sure that information integrity flourishes, but also because the system works, right? So the infrastructure and the platforms are really important. And this, I think, is then the perfect introduction to our next speaker, Max Melu Mubasi, who is bringing the example Jami Africa that we already heard. If you can briefly, of course, introduce what this platforms is, and also specifically highlight, maybe to build on what we heard before, what are your lessons? Like, what are really the things that from the fantastic work you've been doing to really bring to this international community to say, look, this worked, this hasn't worked, why has it worked, why hasn't it worked, what can others learn from it, so that we can really take it further and learn from the important work that you've been doing. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Julia, and thanks, Magnus. I'm not reading anything because once I read, then I get lost. I'm Max Melo from Tanzania. Please do not search my name because you've come to realize that I've been in jail, I've been in courts for the work we do. But we run an organization known as Jami Africa, but we have several platforms. The main one is known as Jami Forums. The second one is Jami Check, which is a citizen-centric approach of countering mis and disinformation. We also have the Stories of Change platform, which is a citizen-centric approach of having citizens, including journalists, to write meaningful content that can solve issues around the space that they're living in, especially in Tanzania. We also have another whistleblowing platform specifically designed to empower citizens to speak freely without fear, while they are guaranteed over their anonymity. We call it Fichuo, it's a Swahili word. And then we have an upcoming platform which is known as Jami Data, that is designed to make sure that we decentralize data. So Jami Africa works to have a more informed citizenry. We work to have more responsive governments and also to have a participative citizen in the economic agenda. So we have 5 approaches that we employ. One is creating those digital platforms. We started back in 2002. And of course, by 2008, when the platform became more popular than even mainstream media in Tanzania, I got arrested. Then authorities said that I was a terrorist back then. But I also got arrested again, that you might find on the internet, in 2016. And of course, they had 3 criminal cases against me for creating a space where citizens felt safe to have meaningful conversations. And what we do as a second approach is making sure that we entice citizens, including journalists, to make sure that they become citizens who are more informed to hold meaningful conversations. And that also led me into issues. But what we also do to make sure that we create safe spaces for people is creating, we have partnerships with mainstream media, and we have 46 community radios that we have signed agreements with. And we have trained over 1,000 journalists, and we have over 500 journalists across the country that help us when we are fact-checking issues once they're posted on the platform. Our main platform, Jami Forums, reaches more than 4 million people per day. And with that, it becomes a local alternative for them to go, hold meaningful conversations, and remain safe. And of course, once I had those criminal cases from 2016 to 2020, I went to the court 159 times, and my bank accounts were frozen. I was not allowed to cross the borders of the city of Dar es Salaam. But in the end, the aim that we were pushing for as Jami Forums was having safe spaces and making sure that we have Personal Data Protection Act that safeguards people's right to privacy. Also making sure that we have a law that guarantees people's right to access to information. And as we speak, we have a Data Protection Act, and I'm on the board of the Data Protection in Tanzania. But also we have an Access to Information Act, which guarantees people's right to go and ask for data. But the spaces that we have created, now we are expanding them to neighboring countries. We are now into Uganda, we are now getting into Rwanda, Kenya, DRC, and we are heading to Zimbabwe. The aim is having those local conversations in the local platforms, and whenever we go to countries, we don't treat countries the same as we treat our Tanzania country. And what we do is making sure that whenever we go to a certain country, we do research in collaboration with CSOs, media actors, and state actors who are in the ecosystem that we work in, but also making sure that when we come up with a solution, it works for the people. The reason is, when you go to a certain region, the dynamics of a certain country are totally different from the country you're serving. And that's why when we are getting to Uganda, the kind of solutions that we are now providing into Uganda are totally different from Tanzania. Because I have only 5 minutes, I know I have only seconds, I have to end up there.
Thank you so much for your introduction.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
And I think this applause showed to what I was about to say, but you heard it from everybody. Really thank you for your inspirational work and really for standing strong and for showing, I think, also all of us here in the room, but beyond that, of course, how also individuals and communities with this citizen-centric, human-centric approach can really show how we can come together and we can foster information integrity. And thank you very much for outlining it and obviously the work you do. A few things that I think were really important. I mean, everything was really important to hear, I think, also for this room, but really a few aspects that you outlined, like this local approach, this multi-stakeholder approach, are really some of the keywords that I think very nicely link also to these principles that we so much like to talk about in this international forum. You really show how it can be operationalized and how it can work on the ground. So I think this is really very inspirational to hear and also to learn from how to take this forward. Another thing that you mentioned that I think is really important is that you focus on that the platforms and spaces for these meaningful conversations work for people. And I think this is really to link it back to what public interest is about, right? And what the journalistic function is about. It's about holding power to account. It's about enabling people to have meaningful conversation, bringing people together. So I think this is really a nice framing now after we heard from all of our speakers. We now have about like half an hour to still discuss, and this is really the intention. I know you've heard now a lot from our fantastic speakers, a lot of different experiences, examples on the regional, local level, on the international level, the initiatives that are ongoing. But we would really also like to bring all of you in if you think there's specific additional aspects, national examples you would want to inform us about, inform the room about. Also, of course, if you have specific questions or something else to share. I also maybe should introduce, and apologies for only doing it now, Juliana Oms from NIC Brazil, who will also look at the online site in case there are any questions or comments. Please also feel free for those following online to post something there. So I don't know if there is already an immediate reaction. Otherwise, while you're all thinking, I would want to bounce back kind of like a question that came up now. For me, at least, listening to all of you, and this morning actually I looked at Chami Africa at the strategic plan and kind of like the promotional informational material you have online, and you have there 3 key words that you say are framing kind of like your approach, which is inform, engage, and empower. Excellent. And I think this really is for me really. First of all, of course, a powerful statement that this is really everything you're aiming to do. But this is also how I, at least, would define journalism, right? This is the role of journalism, of information integrity, and bringing it all together. So this is maybe a question now, be to you or to all of you, whether we also, because we heard Jan also saying before, we need to safeguard the journalistic function. So in this conversation on information integrity, how can we frame it around the role that be it now states or others can really take to foster this inform, engage, empower perspective, the journalistic function in the information integrity space. So I don't know if you still want to add something here, and then maybe also the other speakers want to jump on that as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Julia. Why we have inform, engage, empower. After I came out of the cases against me, which some of the cases I won, and of course they didn't go public, we came to realize that we need to also have empathy, and it's very key. When I was having cases, I managed to interact with the police, some state actors, some citizens, some media actors. One of the things that I came to realize that actually some of them were wrongly informed, and some of them we needed to engage them. And some of them needed to be empowered. So in whatever kind of activities that we are doing as Jamii Africa, we inform our actors, be it media actors, be it citizens, be it state actors and CSOs, to make sure that they are making informed decisions. And when we engage with state actors or CSOs, including media actors and citizens, we make sure that the information we're giving out there, if you go to our social media platforms, whatever information we're sending out there, it has an element of engaging the public and, of course, empowering them so that they can make informed decisions. Once a state actor is well informed, now we have a special training to government communications officers in Tanzania. We came to realize we were whistleblowing staffs, and we came to realize once citizens whistleblow staffs, there was no response. Now we created that tool, a whistleblowing tool, to become an instant impact tool. And for it to work, state actors were supposed to be responsive. You cannot have a responsive government without engaging it, without informing them, and also empowering them how to respond. After we started the Future Wolf tool, in Tanzania they call it Mdau, state actors started responding, but it's after starting the trainings to communication officers from the government side, in a nutshell.
Thank you for that. I think this is also an important aspect that also we briefly touched upon yesterday, and now you mentioned this cooperation with parts of the government, and I think this is really important to consider, especially in a context where you said you were in prison, you're like facing all these court cases, that still there are specific actors or individuals or specific bodies that you think is important to collaborate with, and to really trying to find also creative partnerships with those who are willing to drive information integrity forward. And this is, I think, also a lesson learned for this room. Yes, but please.
I wanted to add something so that once someone is reacting to this can be helpful to others. In our process, we came to realize there are times when we want to engage or partner, and there are times when we need to disengage. And there are times when we need to collaborate, partner, and of course align. So in that process, you need to know that there are partners whom you can align without partnership. There are other actors whom you can partner with a partnership kind of agreement, and there are partners whom you can have some kind of collaboration, but without any kind of partnership or alignment. So once you're having this, you need to know times when you have to disengage. There are partners that were from state actors that we decided to disengage when we came to realize it's not working the way it used to work.
Yeah, and this, I think, again, points to the fact of needing to understand the local context very well. Yeah. Yes, Magnus?
Yeah, and maybe building on that, because all this is great, and we're super support the multi-stakeholder approach and why we are here. I think the complexity of it is vast, and when you put a meta person in the conversation and a global level, is a certain level of conversation. Some of the complexity, at least for me, it's not removed. It's pretty complex what Max is doing there, but getting it to a certain geography, a certain community, I think we should remember when we talk multi-stakeholder, it's not always to be up here at the global. The global is important, and I think from IMS perspective, the kind of UN guidelines and the safety of journalists is a good example of a really good framework agreed at this kind of level and these kind of bodies. But then the value further on is then what's the national mechanism? What are we implementing with local partners? And they're the very specific kind of understanding what is the actor and maybe what's the actor this month who might not be the actor the next month. And maybe with Anne-Marie, the tech ambassador, when the war broke out in Ukraine, right, we had a relationship there and we've had partners all over the world trying to reach big tech. Suddenly geopolitical logics there were so the big companies actually showed up. But it's just rare when you're in the local context, they really want to send kind of director level to listen to local partners. But thanks to the tech ambassador and her great work, and she hosted those kind of roundtables, we were able to do something where it was still what the company came for there was the local context understanding. They had not mapped out who's who in Ukraine and what are the credible voices. So they were eager to listen and facilitate with us. That's then slowed down significantly for many reasons now, right? But I think when we talk multi-stakeholder, it's really key to kind of remember also to take that to meaningful levels where we handle it and where the local understanding makes it tangible. And an add-on there, because all of this you hear here, journalism general, what Max is doing specifically, cost money, right? It is not free, and a really interesting kind of approach. And as we see declining funds overall, we're really struggling. Like, this is not easy. But one attempt we are piloting is, can we unlock local capitals? Can the multi-stakeholder collaborations in local context? And we see that there's business interest in having a transparent, accountable society, so you can invest cleverly in your, like, what's the model there, and what's a global donor and like IMS able to facilitate? And it's not, that's a hard one to do global, but like there's some intentions and some frameworks that we're working on, and then it's really again down to the understanding what are the business interests that can align, or what is the government right now who's actually up for something here, because I think we have to realize, all of us, information integrity and the crops and the flowers and that cost money. It doesn't come of itself, and that's a fact, right?
Yes, I think this is really an important aspect and something we could still discuss a lot. Like, first of all, how to fund and like how funding needs to look like. And I think the second question would also be like, what does multi-stakeholderism mean? What does multi-stakeholder for information integrity mean? I know that Bia still wants to reply, and then we also have a comment or question from the floor. So Bia, just briefly, and then we will move over.
I would like just to mention, because I think that in this debate it's super important to have a state perspective regarding, because we need a state to be in the middle of the conversation somehow. Because when we look to the local perspective and the difficulty to finance local journalism, even if we manage, for example, to approve a law or a regulation that tax platforms are going to create some fund to support journalism, there is always going to be a huge battle among the big journalist companies and the local journalism. And we saw this in Brazil during one of the debates in the parliament for journalism remuneration, when we started to debate, okay, we're going to tax platforms, or we're going to have a bargaining code. Who is going to bargain? Who is going to be at the table to negotiate with the platform? Is going to be global, for example, is the big Brazilian companies almost like a monopoly in Brazil, or is going to be the local journalism? Because, of course, we have a historic problem of media ownership concentration in Brazil. There cannot be strengthening this process. Otherwise, we're going to have some funds coming from platforms, for example, but it's going to be it's going to be given to the same big companies that always rule the journalism in Brazil. So how can we be able to take advantage of this kind of process at this moment to really democratize the media debate and foster and support local initiatives and fight against the news desert that we have everywhere? So we need a state at this point. Otherwise, it's going to be the local journalists, not even the local media, even individuals that are doing their job by themselves, having to fight the national companies that have always be able to get all the money available for journalism initiatives in the country.
No, this is essential, and I think it links to what we started off with, to really say it's about pluralism, right? So also state interventions need to make sure that the aim is pluralism and it's not backfiring to, again, not localizing and not heading to diversity. So thank you very much. Now we will, please, I think, sorry, give us a second so we can put on our headphones. But yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
I'm Pavel Antonov with the Blue Link Think and Action Network in Bulgaria. Thank you very much for making me feel home in this panel as a former journalist in television who has made the journey all the way to supporting civil society in the digital communication field. I have a question for you all. Since we're discussing distinct ability of journalism to abide to certain norms which serve social society and public interest, and these norms unfortunately have been in retreat over the past decades, as we can observe. How would you think, and would you support a grassroots initiative which is shaping that we try, apart from defending the field, as you are all doing, and thank you for that, to also advance a bit with these norms, the package of norms which used to apply in good watchdog journalism, onto society out there, onto the civil society communications, in the form of self-regulation perhaps. We can think of other means as well, but try to use the same package of norms outside of the journalistic field. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, I think this is what also the conversation about information integrity is maybe a useful starting point. I see that there are more statements, so maybe I will collect a few and then we can discuss them together so you don't have to stand around. If that's fine for everybody, then please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Anna Lührmann. I'm a member of parliament from Germany. And my question actually feeds right into what Beatrice just said. What is the role for state actors in all of this? If we talk about now finding revenues for quality journalism, for independent journalism, these revenues, if they are collected by a state authority, then who makes the decision exactly, like which media outlet gets it? And this in a day and age where actually the well-established public broadcasters are under a lot of attack and scrutiny. So what kind of mechanisms do you think are good practice for this kind of debate that is just starting in Germany, by the way? We just started about a debate about raising revenue from the ads of the big platforms. But the question is then, okay, then what? Who makes the decisions and what do you think are good models here? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Larry Magid. I'm CEO of Connect Safely, which is an internet safety organization. But during my career as a journalist, I've worked for the New York Times, Los Angeles Times, BBC, CBS News, as in some cases a contractor. And during that period, like every human being, I'd made 2 or 3 mistakes over the years, and they were devastating. I mean, silly mistakes. I mean, once I accidentally referred to Macron as prime minister rather than president, and I was horrified that I had made an error and went to great lengths to make sure that this was CBS News, that they corrected it. Yet, my MAGA friends are convinced that we in the mainstream media are full of lies and misinformation, even though that's a fireable offense in any major newspaper or broadcast to deliberately mislead your audience. How do we convince people? How do we make the case that those of us, in my case formerly, and those of us who are actively working in journalism, are working very hard to tell the truth, independent of whatever ideology you happen to subscribe to?
Thanks a lot. So very easy questions. Thank you very much. Just to repeat briefly. So the first one was really pointing to the fact of the need of like having this professional standards, this like good norms of watchdogs, and whether this could be advanced from the journalism sector to also civil society, society at large. The second question was a very important one of what is the role of the state, and to also just make sure that if state intervention wants to address this undue power of the big players, that then it doesn't lead to undue state control, right? So I think this is a very important question, and I would really love to also follow up after the session with you. And then the third one, which I think is maybe the most difficult one, I'm not sure whether we're going to find an easy response to how to really foster in this whole conversation the essential role of journalism, of truth-finding, of being fact-based, evidence-based, and not only, and I think if, as a moderator, I will allow myself apologies to say one sentence on it, which is something how the OSCE, we were approaching it to also try to frame the conversation on literacy. Now there's a lot of conversation, right? Literacy, media literacy, digital literacy, information literacy, which is very much about increasing individuals' capacity to understand how not only what is wrong and what is right, but rather to understand how it all works, right? Where information comes from. And an aspect that we at the OSCE try to add on to that is to also have media freedom literacy, to help to better explain really the role that media and independent journalism and the journalistic function plays for democracy, for society, and for everybody. So this was just one addition from my side, but then I will open up. I don't know, we can also do a round. Maybe we still have like 15 minutes. Maybe each of you want to reply to some of the questions, also make some additions. Yes, Jan, please go ahead.
Well, I can make a start. I don't think I can ad hoc immediately answer it fully, but the first question, of course, this depends a lot on national context and culture that is already established, as you know. I'm probably not telling you something new here. But then you can use the international norms and things that are well established, and then have, again, a multi-stakeholder dialogue on what is now relevant and what needs to be put forward. And it doesn't always have to be as big, as grandiose as the Internet Governance Forum, but it can be a national initiative towards reshaping the agenda. And I'm quite optimistic that these things can actually work. The second question on the role of state support and not interference, I think it's an important question, but I think we have to differentiate between media that are financially independent and those that are editorially independent, right? So I think it is possible to, in nowadays that we are, to face it, that media sometimes needs support, and public service broadcasting is one example for that, right? And yet we have established with public service broadcasters the idea that they must be editorially independent, and there's provisions for that. And the same holds true for other public interest media, which is what we're looking after, right? It's the media that serve a public function, as I said. And there we, of course, then cannot only have the state actors or the ministries decide on how the money is being spent, but they then need to engage different actors, again, multi-stakeholders, to discuss how, in a given context, this is best done. And I'd like to stress there's a role for the intermediaries here, like IMS, like DW Academy, for the development context. There are other intermediaries for national contexts that have the expertise and the independence to then advance on these matters. That's the first attempt as an answer. I'm sure you have other aspects. And sorry, the third was on media literacy. I think that's an important component. I mean, it's all about not only the classic journalist that is the gatekeeper and sends out this information. It's the dialogue with the educated audience, obviously. That, like, we use the UNESCO term, the media information literacy, which is not just an educative thing, but to me it's quite a political thing. It's about critical thinking. It's about enabling, as Max says, right? Enabling people to take it into their own hands and to discuss the advocacy on their access to information, on the, as you say, Julia, the media freedom literacy. So the knowing how important media freedom is, not only to the professionals, but it's something for everybody. Anybody should have access to information rights. Go to the governments and ask questions and get the data, and also express freely and have a fair dialogue and so on. So this is something that people should be engaged in. This is why I like Max's approach, to have also citizens involved on the platform, but also professional journalists who still have a different role to play. But I think it comes together, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm. This is for sure an important aspect, this relationship between media and us audiences, that really has been disrupted, not only financially by these big gatekeepers, but also really from this engagement perspective, which for sure makes it more difficult. Who wants to come next?
No, I would just like to add,
yes,
just
please.
to give an example to talk about with Anna regarding the threats that we have once we have a public fund, how to really be able to distribute these resources to foster a more diverse media landscape. I think that the multi-stakeholder approach is necessarily has to be there, but not only regarding having small companies or local media outlets or big national journalism initiatives, but having civil society on the table as well. Having some organizations that are not directly directly interested in having this money for them, but to help to approve criteria, for example, to develop guidelines for the revenue distribution from the fund. In Brazil, we have a public fund that is from audiovisual production for cinema that works pretty well and helped to a lot to develop the national audiovisual sector in Brazil, and it works with the participation of different sectors from the audiovisual market, but also from the civil society perspective. So the independent producers and actors and associations from citizens in general. So I think that each local country are going to have examples of what helps and what works and what doesn't work. But I think that this can't be an excuse for not trying to implement this kind of things. Because what we felt at the Brazilian parliament at that point is that we don't know how we're going to redistribute the funds. So we got stuck on this debate and we didn't move forward because it was a pretty complex topic to define what is journalism and what is not. I totally agree. It's difficult even to define what is public interest journalism, but it's something that we have to go forward and agree that we might have different concepts in each country, considering the history of the country, the composition of the society, the historic problems that each society has. But I think that it's possible to move forward, but we need this to be changed for a debate that is not only about, I think that Ian mentioned this, or Magnus at the beginning, is not about giving money for economic sector, for the media sector, is something that is related to democracy, so it's something that should be taken as important for by everybody.
Yeah, thank you very much to outline the need also for safeguards. Yes, Renata, please.
Just two things. I think regarding the norms and the challenges we are facing when we talk about public interest journalism, whatever it is, I think we have a challenge regarding the journalism schools. And this not, we didn't talk about this, we didn't have time to do it. So I want to point something regarding this. We are not training or preparing our journalists to face the challenges we have nowadays. And the schools are stuck in the last century, I think. What we are seeing, unfortunately, is journalism adapting to the format and standards of communication imposed by the big techs, seeking headlines and approaches that generate more clicks. And this is very, very bad for our proposal in regarding all the discussions, because it's not only about the remuneration, it's not only about the framework, but we are talking about how to form people to produce a good content, a quality content, and the schools have an important role on that. So I think we have a homework to do regarding the formation of journalists, and this needs to be done side by side with the literacy initiatives. I want to point about the role of the states. I think BIA brings some initiatives, but I think there is a plenty of initiatives that government can use to foster a more diverse ecosystem. In Brazil, I want to remember an initiative we had in, I don't know, previously government, Lula, we call Lula 1 or 2, I don't know, and to create public calls for proposals to support local independent media that we call free media points, and that's a start because focus on communities, and this is very important, and it's another approach to foster public interest journalism. Thank you very much.
So all have a role to play, from journalists to states to civil society to all of us. Thank you. Magnus.
Yes, very good questions. I'm really grateful for the kind of level of this conversation. I think for the first one, BlueLink was that Bulgaria, if I understood it right, really interested in these kind of self-regulation and other good norms. And what we're trying to do with some of these collaborations, also with alternative platforms that are a little like side to classic journalism, is what is it that the journalistic tradition actually did over 100 years, or wherever you frame it, that worked, and how does that look when you now have digital technology that at many levels is amazing? You can listen to your audience, your community, understand, engage in a way you just couldn't with a paper newspaper. That in itself is a good development. Then we have all the big tech complexities around it. But that, I think, and for that, it's not an easy task. We're actually starting an initiative with Jami and with Splice Media, some of you might know from Singapore, that we call Good Commons. And kind of exactly looking at what is it? It's not that all of it will be journalistic products and solutions, but there's something from journalism. That's our claim to kind of be part of it. But what the good commons kind of spaces we can create or that are there, very newly, just working on it, but goodcommons.world, we really want to hear from people who are building something. So this sounds like very much like we should connect after. On the state responsibility, I think frame it two ways, and the kind of democratic functioning Germany version of it. I think the synergies here, and in a truly post-colonial, like someone like Max have solved some of this already. Like we can listen and we can learn there, and then as privileged stage, I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. Think through synergies, like the development mechanisms you have, are they also, when you now think of the German solution to this, there are definitely synergies. We are in the same digital spaces. We are facing the same kind of issues around disinformation, undermined business model. So even though we work a lot in Afghanistan, for example, I don't think we talk to that government how to kind of allocate funds from big tech, right? There's a different solution there, but that it plays into the German conversation with big tech and taxation, I think is crucial for us to find those synergies. And Larry Magid, the CBS, or multiple outlets, but the CBS component there, not easy, but what I think young people, they hear CBS News and they don't really trust it, or it's not really a brand that kind of generate anything for them. I think one of the things I see what Max is doing is really listening. Where are the young people now? And I think they trust the Jami Africa brand because they see action happening. And I'm not saying, I'm deep admiration for CBS and the long history of what's been going on journalistic there and come out of a media development tradition, of course. But an ability to meet people where they are, and an example of what Jami is doing, like the pothole in the road, right? People post on Jami forums, there's a hole in my road. And they see action, right? That is taken and delivered to a government agency or some office, and maybe the hole is fixed, and not all journalism is that simple, or maybe that is not even journalism, but when you add a little bit of the complexity to a problem solved, there's something there in trying to listen and really understand, because it's not that young people don't want to be informed. You saw during COVID, some of the credible outlets and kind of thorough reporting really got traction because people got to navigate and they want to make good, healthy decisions for their own lives. I don't think people don't want that. That has not changed. They're just doing it in different ways. And I think something like Jami is kind of clever in how they approach that, because that's difficult, but it is also a new opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. In less than a minute. I'm not alone. I have a team of 55 behind me at Jami Africa. But fact-checking in the digital age is a bit tough. That's why we have initiatives with 5 universities in Tanzania, journalism schools. So we train journalists on the use of AI in the digital age when it comes to information fact-checking. But we have cases which are a bit tough. When you're fact-checking a president, for example, what's happening in Rwanda as we speak, it's really hard to fact-check what's happening. But what we do is making sure that we put all the facts in their space and we let the public decide. The same applies to Tanzania and the other geographies that we are serving. We also have a journalist desk at Jami Africa, which serves the journalism industry to make sure that when there is something that they want from our end, we can help them to make sure that they fact check it as soon as possible. We receive more than 500 discussions per day. Then you need a huge team to manage the conversations that are happening. And otherwise, we let the communities help us on moderation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this is perfect timing. So I will just take the last 20 seconds to try to, obviously it's not possible to summarize, but this was really an incredibly rich discussion. So I'm just going to say what I'm going to take from this conversation is really I think one of the key aspects is there is no one size fits all, but we really have to look at the local context, even if we have these principles that, of course, apply everybody. There is an important role of the state, but also to ensure meaningful multi-stakeholderism and synergies that I think were also pointed to. And then something that we have to uphold is really the essential role of journalism in the conversation on information integrity. And then I want to add on a sentence that was inspired by something that Magnus said before. I think that all of us really have a role to play in seeding the democratic seed by investing in journalism, information integrity, and alternative platforms. So please join me in thanking the fantastic panels and also the audience. Thank you so much for your contribution.
Recording in progress.
Distinguished guests, dear friends, it is a great honor to speak
Okay, so good afternoon for those joining us in person here in Norway, and good time of the day for those who are watching us in remotely or in any time in the future. I'm Everton Teles Rodrigues, responsible for TLD affairs at nic.br, and I have the pleasure of being the moderator for the workshop 173, Action-Oriented Solutions to Strengthen the IGF. As we only have 60 minutes, I'll be very brief in my introduction, but I couldn't be more grateful to the organizers of this session, especially to Ellen Taylor, which is the policy analyst of internet governance at IZ, the government of Canada, who will also be moderating our online interactions. So I also would like to thank the local host and especially also the IGF Secretariat and the MAG, who have worked under extremely challenging conditions to put up this event. So this edition is a living proof of the resilience of the IGF and of the strength of the global multi-stakeholder community which supports the IGF. Our workshop will have two parts. For the first half of the session, speakers will provide their regional and stakeholder perspectives on their ideas and best multi-stakeholder engagement practices that can be used to strengthen the IGF. Then our workshop will become interactive in the second part of the session, as speakers and the audience members will be invited to engage in a creative brainstorming to develop action-oriented solutions to strengthen the IGF and support GDC and WSIS Plus 20 output implementation. So, to discuss that, I have the pleasure to have here with me Byron Holland, which is the President and CEO of the Canadian Internet Registration Authority, CIRA. I have here also Alison O'Byrne, Director of International Telecommunications and Internet Policy at the Government of Canada. Joining us remotely, we have Marko Paloski, System Engineer at NetCetera and Coordinator of IGF North Macedonia Initiative. He's joining us remotely online. And here with us at the table, we have Saba Tiku Beyene, Coordinator of the Ethiopia Youth IGF. She's also a former MAG member, and currently she serves as a Junior Advisor on AI at GIZ at the African Union. So, to start our discussion today, I would like to invite Alison to talk a little bit about the IGF mandate and permanence. So, Alison, what are some actions that we can take to strengthen the mandate of the IGF without losing its value as a key multi-stakeholder forum for open discussion on internet governance? Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Everton. Thank you for the question. It's much appreciated. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining the panel today. I'm very excited to be here and to be able to speak a little bit about some of the proposals from our various panelists about how to improve the IGF and how to really strengthen it as a forum for multi-stakeholder discussion. So when we talk about strengthening the mandate of the IGF, I think the first thing that we want to recognize is that we're talking about strengthening a mandate that has already really delivered enormously and is very well regarded, particularly by those who are kind of involved and who have attended the event. So we're looking at bringing success to something that's already successful, looking at making a good thing even greater. When we're starting from that premise, I think the first thing that we have to ask ourselves is what are the elements that make the IGF successful now? What are currently the things that really bring positivity to the forum? I think, first of all, it's marvelous that it's a forum for all stakeholders to come together and discuss in a very open manner the challenges that they're facing, whether those are political, whether those are technical, whether those are policy challenges that are really able to be discussed in a venue that is open to a number of different viewpoints and a number of different types of collaboration and discussion as well. I think IGF's non-decisional nature is also crucial to its success. It allows folks to come to the table in a spirit of openness and collaboration. I know from the government perspective particularly, we have a tendency to show up at some events with our positions all set and our decisions already made. And coming to IGF in a space where we're not negotiating an outcomes document allows us to come in a spirit of collaboration and a spirit of learning and listening as well, which is really an element of IGF's success. And I would say that the last thing that's really incredible to me about IGF is the strength of its national and regional initiatives. Those initiatives really make the IGF into a truly global ecosystem and really bring the community into the IGF space and vice versa. So with that foundation of those kind of strengths of the IGF already, I think recommendations then can focus on how to strengthen those pieces as well. The first recommendation that our team would have on the Government of Canada side is about the IGF mandate and just to make it permanent. I think folks are aware that the IGF, since it was established, was really renewed on an ongoing basis, which is good to have that kind of consistent demonstration of the value of it and of the value to stakeholders, but having a permanent mandate really allows the IGF to advance the way that it's working in an increasingly strategic and an increasingly geopolitical space like digital policy. Having a permanent mandate not only sends that strong signal of the global multi-stakeholder confidence in IGF, it also allows the IGF itself to be more agile and more strategic in the way that it works, to think longer term, not to be kind of constantly chasing the next mandate, but instead to know that there is going to be this kind of permanence to it, allows it to be better responsive and more thoughtfully responsive to advances in technology, to advances in stakeholder needs as well. I know Byron's going to speak a little later to the financial aspects of that. So like usual as a government, I will ask somebody else to figure out the financials for me, but it's something that we can talk a little bit more about how that permanence can have a financial backing as well. The second recommendation that we would have is related back to the national and regional initiatives, and it's really just about ensuring that we capture and disseminate the outcomes of those national and regional initiatives in a more kind of targeted and dedicated way. National and regional initiatives, as I said, really bring the kind of multi-stakeholder nature of IGF into our communities and allow us to reflect the numerous different cultural, socioeconomic contexts that folks are working in as they're thinking about digital and government and internet policies. But too often we're finding that the really valuable insights that come from national and regional initiatives get communicated back to the IGF, but often in a way that is siloed one region from the other and also siloed from the kind of central program of IGF. I think some kind of formal mechanism for channeling the inputs from those regional initiatives into the agenda setting for the broader IGF itself could really strengthen not only those regional initiatives and allow them to have a kind of raison d'etre and a way to feed into the IGF agenda, it also strengthens IGF itself, again reflecting back to the multi-stakeholder nature. The third recommendation we would have is related to the IGF Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. I think a crucial group for setting the agenda here and making sure that it really reflects our multi-stakeholder values. The Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, the MAG, really plays a role in shaping the IGF's agenda every year. And I think there are a number of ways that we can ensure that as the IGF goes forward, if we're able to secure a permanent mandate for it, that the MAG can continue to play that role in really defining the agenda for IGF. We can make the MAG more inclusive, ensure that voices from emerging economies, from the global south, are in the room and are as part of the discussion about the agenda setting, and also voices from marginalized communities, whether it's Indigenous folks, whether it's women, whether it's youth, are well represented within that group and feel that they have the ability to kind of move the agenda forward. I think we can make the MAG more effective as well. We can have a stronger strategic mandate for it, and we can ensure that the MAG is responsible for some of the important work that needs to be done on coordinating between different internet policy and different digital policy initiatives at the international level. And I think we can really strengthen the accountability of the MAG as well. If we really give the MAG a bigger role and give IGF a bigger role in the world, stakeholders are going to continue to expect more and more from the MAG. And so having leadership roles with clear lines of accountability and clear responsibilities will allow the MAG to be accountable back to the stakeholders, and that'll kind of continue that conversation on agenda setting. The IGF is not just a forum for discussion. It's a global community, and it's a global community that brings together a lot of different stakeholders. Giving it a permanent mandate, recognizing the value of those national and regional inputs, and strengthening the MAG, I think can bring us into the IGF that we want to see for the future.
Thank you very much. It's a very comprehensive set of recommendations, and of course that we as a community, as you said, so we all of us here in the room and those joining remotely, we are just aiming at improving the IGF. So, of course, that this is a process that has been taking place for for 2 decades now, and the internet is still being built by every single stakeholder and being built everywhere. So every single input from those who have been joining the internet governance and the building of the internet for so long are all invited to keep improving not only the internet itself, but also the IGF. So thank you very much, Alison, for your comments. Now we are going to our second contribution comes from Marco. So Marco, I hope you're able to join us here remotely. I hope you're hearing me and listening to the conversation. So as a young leader in the technical community, as well as a member of the steering committee for Eastern Europe in the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance, why is it meaningful youth engagement in spaces such as the IGF important, and how do you think the engagement of young leaders in the IGF strengthen multi-stakeholder internet governance and dialogue? Thanks for joining us. Just checking, Marco. So let's see. Can you just check if he can unmute himself? In the meantime, so I will go to our next presenter in this while Marco can join us. So please, Saba, let's go to our next question. So based on your
I'm here.
previous
Sorry,
experience, oh, right, so he joined us. Just because it's hard for us to listen to ourselves while speaking. But so if going back to Marco, then I'll go to Saba. Marco, hope you have heard the question.
Can you just repeat it once
Sure,
more?
of course. So you're a young leader in the technical community, as well as a member of the steering committee for Eastern Europe in the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. So why is a meaningful youth engagement in spaces such as the IGF important? And how do you think that the engagement of young leaders in the IGF strengthen multi-stakeholder internet governance and dialogue? Thanks for joining us.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. And I want first to apologize for not being there. Last week I had some personal stuff and I needed to cancel everything, but I should have been here in person. Yes, thank you very much for the question. I think it's a crucial one for the youth involvement and engagement. I mean, not just involvement, because I want also to point out that one thing is youth involvement and one thing is youth engagement, because we have seen a lot of other, how can I say, conferences and stuff that they have youth and the participation, but it's not on the same level as engagement. And I would add here that in the recent years, IGF was doing a lot to engage the youth, but of course, there are still more things to do. The most important thing that I will point out that why is youth engagement important for the IGF, for the mandate, and for everything, I mean, in crucial stuff, it's because it gives a new perspective. It brings also the youths which are growing up in the digital world. I mean, whenever you are youth in 15 years now, or 18 years or 30 years, you somehow raised up with some kind of sort of technology and you're growing up with the technology. So I would say it's bringing the stuff, the experience, the issues, and all the stuff that youth are experiencing during these periods of their life. And it's very important because the youths are having those, how can I say, first things experience. I will share a little thing that not every youth is digital literacy, but they have experience with the technology. And that makes very much difference, because sometimes when you don't have the knowledge or you didn't go through those kind of stuff, maybe you think or see on a different way because you weren't taught. You just click it, you scroll it, and you know on your way, which I don't say that it's wrong or right, but it's good to have those perspectives also on the table at the IGF. Another thing is that when we see youths, we don't need to see them as just the users, because currently in these days they are also doing content creation, they are doing the developing, researching, community buildings. We can see a lot. I have a nephew that he is and his friends are doing YouTube and TikTok videos. Those people, I wouldn't say they are influencers, but those people, those kids or youths create content online. So they are not just the users in this time that we are now especially living. So they are more than just the users. And I think it's very much important to bring them also to the table. And of course, youth engagement, to invite them to IGF and engage. Another thing that I would point out is that IGF in its core, it's multi-stakeholder multi-stakeholder model. So it's very important to also bring the youths. It will bring a balance in the whole model of the IGF. And what I also wanted to point out that last year it was created dynamic coalition on teens. What this means is that even the youth as a category is not enough to cover all the youths or maybe the needs of the youths. So that's another point that it's very crucial the youths to be involved, because we can see now the age difference, for example, when we talk about youths 16, how they see and how they are using technology with, for example, me, I am currently 30. So that's totally different point of views and totally different experiences. So I would say that youths are if you ask me, it's a must to be included in this, especially when it's coming to the technology. And finally, I would say that by engaging them, the IGF can stay more, how can I say, relevant, can adapt faster, and build this trust across different age groups, because how the technology is changing and the youths are more and more adapting. I mean, in the past, it was not, how can I say, usual you to change, I don't know, application or maybe even the device for a few years. I mean, until it's broken or something doesn't work, you change it. Now, on a 2 or 3 years, we are changing the technology and how the application and the whole experience is going. I would point out again, Facebook is not the same like it was, I don't know, even 1 year ago. And not more than, I would say, more than the years. So I would say the youths are crucial part to be engaged and be taken place on the table with the other seniors or other people that are on the IGF to discuss those issues and to bring some, I would say, maybe fresh perspective or different perspective from the people. I think I covered the question.
Thank you very much, Marco. And I just would like to emphasize how important the youth initiatives are. We have several of them all over the world. Some of them are global, some of them are regional, some of them can be found locally. And I really would like to urge those who would like to join, just to look for one of those initiatives which can be found all over the world. And that will help shaping the internet of today and tomorrow. So the internet is not a finished product. So we all have something to contribute. And so thanks also to the youth program, we're seeing the next generations of internet developers, leaders, users as well, and everything related to the usage and to the present and future of the internet on youth representatives. Thank you very much for your participation, Marco, and stay tuned. So, going to our next presenter, Saba. Thank you very much, Saba, for joining us. And based on your previous experiences on the IGF Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, the MAG, as well as your experience as the coordinator of the Ethiopian Youth IGF, do you have 3 ways or 3 suggestions in which we can improve, especially accessibility and inclusivity of the global IGF? So are there any other elements that we should consider when we are discussing this issue? Yeah, it's already on.
Okay. Thank you very much for the question, and it's a pleasure to be here today. So based on my experience within the IGF ecosystem, it's very much true that accessibility and inclusion are the core pillars of the IGF. And in order to improve these 2 areas is very much crucial for the future of the IGF as well. The first action is to ensure that the IGF sessions are accessible, and this means, for example, using real-time captioning, or which we already have, live translations into multiple languages, and here we also do have the live translation to 6 UN languages, right, which is very much appreciated. But sometimes you also need to consider the languages being spoken by the majority of the people. For instance, in Africa, Yoruba language is one of the most widely spoken language, being used by the majority of people, around 40 to 50 million. And in order to, consider this, of course, we know sometimes a financial constraint is the issue. but we need to accommodate such diversity as well as making sure that it is a multilingual space. And second way is that we need to, rethink how we support participants from underserved regions. For instance, when we talk about fellowships, they do not have to be a one-time experience, but we need to build long-term engagements, provide mentorship programs, and also to give them post-engagement opportunities as well. And for this, for instance, we can take a look on how this can be integrated into the NRS ecosystem, and this is engaging within the youth, IGFs, national IGFs, or regional IGFs, and continue their engagement at the grassroots level. And we also need to see ways to have these reporting mechanisms in such cases in order to analyze their participation with a specific fellowship or other programs or opportunities within the IGF ecosystem. And my third recommendation would be inclusion. And this is, from the overall youth perspective, should be very much encouraged. For instance, to have an intergenerational dialogue, for example, where the youth can have a conversation or an exchange or to have an experience sharing with policymakers or having access to peer learning process or a regional, cross-regional learning process as well. And here, for instance, I was one of the ISOQ's ambassador, and the peer learning process is very much appreciated. And for example, youth ambassador from the African region is sent to Europe to attend the Eurodec, and youth ambassador from the Asia Pacific region were sent to Africa to attend African IGF. So these kind of pipelines, they need to be encouraged, where I learned something different or learn from other experience of the other regions within the IGF ecosystem. And also, again, speaking from the youth perspective, we should also encourage youth-led sessions and have more fresh voices and ideas in order to be integrated into the whole IGF agenda. And one of the additional elements I can say to be considered when talking about these issues is we should see youth IGFs and local initiatives as well as entry points into the global IGF. And these are not like a one-time event or an annual event, but rather they are one of the most powerful spaces where we can generate or where new leaders are being born. And so linking them to the global processes and ensure that the IGF stays relevant as well as very dynamic. And so generally speaking, if we really want the IGF to be fit for the future, accessibility and inclusion are one of the most important or the most core pillars. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saba. And there is this interesting connection of what you were talking and then what Alison mentioned about the role of NRIs, because, for example, it happens the same in Brazil. We have a huge community related to internet governance. Our Internet Governance Forum takes place mostly in Portuguese, which is the language of Brazil. And then we have a community of course, that we may have some of them, some of the people who attend the Brazilian IGF and who also attend the global IGF, but that's not a common link everywhere. So, so if you just speak the language of your country and then you move to the same discussion which you're already used to, but in a completely different language, that should be, of course, very much a question of a point of concern or a point of action of the whole community in order to provide the global IGF with the same level of discussions or to a great level of discussion as much as we have on national levels. So thank you very much for, I saw this link between the two talks. Thank you very much. So going to now our next topic, our next presenter, which is last but not least, I should say. I would like to talk a little bit about financial sustainability, which is an ongoing issue for the IGF. So I would like to invite Byron. This has been a key topic in discussions about strengthening the IGF, and especially pressing as we approach the WSIS Plus 20 review later this year, right after the IGF. So do you have any strategies or solutions that you have heard proposed to ensure that the IGF is financially sustainable in the long term? Thanks for joining us, Byron.
Thanks for the question, Everton. Like many people in this room, I wear a number of hats when I come to events like this, but today I'm definitely speaking in my capacity as the CEO of the Canadian Internet Registration Authority, or CIRA. Most people will know us as the operator of the Canadian country code top-level domain, .ca, but we also serve as the secretariat for the Canadian Internet Governance Forum, or the CIGF. What I would like to share with you today is some thoughts on money. That's right, not internet governance, money. And what I'm going to suggest, it's really not rocket science, but it is about the fuel to keep this, all of this entire enterprise of the IGF sustained and sustainable. And I'm sure many in this room and outside this room would agree. Ensuring the long-term financial sustainability of the global IGF and the wider IGF ecosystem is essential if we're to fully realize both its purpose and its value. Among other things, the IGF Secretariat needs funding, not just to do these big events, but to engage its staff, to have staff, support meetings, and to communicate all of the messages and insights and information that come out of these IGF events. And this is no small feat, and it demands sustained and predictable resources. NRIs, too, require funding to convene events, foster local dialogues like we've just heard about, and feed national and regional perspectives into these global events. And today, I'd like to set out 3 key considerations, proposals that I believe are worthy of significant thought, and they relate to 1, clearer and more accessible information on both funding and expenses related to the IGF, 2, diversification of IGF funding, and 3, encouraging long-term financial commitments to the forum. So the first idea is to ensure that meaningful information about IGF costs and funding is clear, it's accessible, it's easy to consume, and it's publicly available. From our vantage point, it's not always easy to determine how much money flows into the IGF and its broader ecosystem, and what the associated costs are with, the annual conference like this, the Secretariat, and the wider ecosystems initiatives and activities. And that's not to say that important initiatives aren't already underway. The IGF Support Association, or the IGFSA, for example, plays a valuable role in raising and distributing funding for IGF activities, including those regional and national initiatives and youth IGFs. It publishes annual reports and provides high-level information on projects funded by those associated allocations. But still, there is absolutely room for more complete and a more detailed picture of the financial landscape, one that draws from all the relevant sources, multiple sources, and shows how those resources are flowing across the IGF ecosystem. I think this would easily support more strategic engagement, enable stakeholders to identify key gaps, and strengthen efforts to sustain the process, all of these processes, over time. And very importantly, give funders the confidence in the efficient use of their contributions. The second idea is to ensure that the global IGF and its broader ecosystem are funded by certainly a wider range of stakeholders from across the entire multi-stakeholder community, and that those contributions come with minimal strings attached. This approach reflects the forum's inclusive nature itself and its role as a key platform for dialogue on internet governance and policy issues. And I think the diversity of funding sources will also help mitigate any risk of over-influence or capture by any one stakeholder group. I certainly recognize this is a challenging time for many in the community, and that very sensitive that different regions and stakeholders will have varying capacities to contribute. And naturally, those contributions should vary accordingly. You know, in my organization at SEER, we often say, if we can, we should. And I think that that is a sentiment that is quite fitting here. It's important to emphasize that this applies not only to global IGFs, but to the wider ecosystem of national, regional, and youth IGFs, the NRIs. And SEER is certainly proud to serve both as the secretariat and the sponsor of the Canadian IGF, which plays, like many others, a key role in feeding Canadian perspectives into this event, into the global dialogue. And certainly many of my CCTLD peers around the world also do the same in their respective countries. Third and final is building on ideas shared in ICANN's recent The IGF, What We Want paper. I think there's a real opportunity, not just an opportunity, but a need to explore longer-term funding commitments. For example, 5-year pledges. If we had those, that would allow the IGF Secretariat to plan ahead, set priorities, and reduce the uncertainty of year-to-year funding cycles. Longer-term support would also make it easier to pilot new initiatives in areas of emerging need, be they emerging technologies, continued capacity building, or other innovations. It would create space for experimentation and innovation. And importantly, it would signal to the broader community that the IGF is not just a forum worth preserving as it is, but one worth investing in, allowing to innovate for the long haul. So these reflections are, as I said, not rocket science. But if we advance these elements, clearer financial reporting, a broader diversity of funders, and some longer-term funding commitments, I'm confident that we can keep the IGF sustained, relevant, and innovating for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Byron. And this is a topic which, regardless of our views of the IGF and of our different experiences of the IGF, the financial sustainability is definitely key for making the whole process happening regardless of where and when. So in order for it to take place once a year in all over the world with the national and regional initiatives, the IGF, the global IGF and everything. So the predictability of contributions should be a key topic for discussion and has been a key topic. So thank you very much for what you've pointed out. So now that we have heard this first round of comments from our presenters, it's the first opportunity that we will have to interact with our audience, both those joining us here in the room and also online. So Ellen, do we have any comments in the chat?
Thanks, Everton. We do have one comment in the chat. Someone has kindly posted some information about how to join the European Youth Initiative called YouthDig. So that is in the chat if anyone is interested. I also do have a question here if we're okay to start the Q&A portion.
Sure.
Okay.
Please.
Fantastic. So a question here in the chat for Byron. So this person asks, does diversification of funding include the UN budget as a source when you haven't mentioned?
So yes, definitely. I think that various elements of the UN absolutely have a role to play in funding. My point more was that in a multi-stakeholder environment, I think it's important not only for people to participate in the multi-stakeholder space, but quite frankly, all of us in this room bear some responsibility not just for participating and providing our thoughts and our inputs and our organization's commitment, but if we want this space to continue to exist, those organizations that can should be participating in it. So I think that in a space like this, having a single source of funding, which I'm not sure if that's exactly what the question was getting at, but potentially, a single source of funding like the UN, I think would be a disservice to a multi-stakeholder environment, and that's why I believe that broader diversity of funding is really critical to making this whole enterprise be sustainable over the long haul.
Thank you, Byron. Thank you, Ellen. And well, so contributions come not only from the microphones, but also sometimes from financial contributions. So this should be as well a source of contribution, definitely. Thank you very much, Byron. I see we have one comment from the microphone over here. So, Jordan, thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thanks. Everton, is this one on?
Yes.
It is. Great. Yeah, it's weird when you don't hear it coming back. My name is Jordan Carter. I work for the .au domain administration. Just offering a couple of personal comments here. An idea came up in a discussion earlier today I was part of about how to better connect the NRIs with the IGF process. And it was to make sure that appointees to the IGF's MAG, as one of the sort of conditions of their appointment, are people who are active in their NRI community, to make sure that people in the MAG are already sensitized to the needs and the realities of grassroots issues and grassroots organizing on internet governance topics. So instead of people who might be very detached from that process being part of the MAG community, there would be a kind of a precondition. It couldn't be a universal one, because of course some places don't have NRIs, but this might be a way to more strongly connect. The other point is an observation that in this context we have the WSIS review coming up at the end of the year. I think we should be a little careful about how much we seek to see IGF improvement suggestions woven into the outcomes document of that review and agreed by an intergovernmental process, versus things we can do, for example, like reviewing the terms of reference of the IGF's MAG, and things that we can do in a more administrative, less politically sensitive, perhaps more multi-stakeholder fashion to strengthen the institution as well. So I hope that people can think of things maybe that need to be done to strengthen the IGF in a really proactive, action-oriented way. They don't all have to feed in just to the WSIS review. And so I just encourage people to think a little bit outside the box, perhaps, about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jordan. And, well, for the first part of your comment, I think that one of the key aspects would be to look at ourselves as a community. So we have MAG members that they may or may not be part of an NRI, considering the existence or not of that NRI. But if we just look to ourselves as real community and those who should be appointed to the MAG as part of this community, instead of people coming who knows where. So this is definitely a good point. Thank you very much for pointing that out. We have one more comment from the floor. Bertrand, thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Bertrand Lachapelle. I'm the Executive Director of the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network. I'm glad to see all those sessions about the IGF and the evolution of the IGF. And I want to continue on the track that I've shared in various other sessions. And listening to Byron, I think it's important to understand that the question of the funding of the IGF cannot be dissociated from the evolution of the IGF. The current state of the IGF is a very hybrid situation where there is a lack of clarity of what exactly people are expecting this organization to produce. I think there's been a real interesting convergence in a few other sessions on the notion that the core function of the IGF is this framing phase, the bringing people together, the decision shaping, and not the decision making. And as Jordan had mentioned in another session, it is a little bit a difficulty to raise money from companies, for instance, when it's not a decision-making body. It's one of the conundrums. However, I strongly believe that if we have a clear discussion on how to improve the IGF, revise its mandate, organize its structure more formally around exactly the components that we have today, but in a more structured manner, then the question of funding will be possible to be addressed. The second point is, and I'm very glad that Jordan made the comment before me, because we shouldn't try to solve this question in the WSIS plus 20 process the way it is today. There's no way we will achieve something that is sufficiently comprehensive by December. However, by December, we should have put on the table the question of who are we asking to steer this discussion? Where do we anchor this? Is it in the UN? Is it in the CSTD? Is it in the high-level panel? Is it in any other structure? How do we have a multi-stakeholder discussion in 2026 on the evolution of the mandate, the evolution of the funding, and the evolution of the structure of the IGF, and under whose auspices, with which partners around the table? But the question of the evolution of the IGF is the one that should be high on the agenda as an outcome of the WSIS plus 20 review. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bertrand. Are there any reactions from our participants? Would you like to comment on what was shared with the audience? Any comments? So,
sure.
Okay, Byron.
Well, as usual, Bertrand has a complex, multi-layered question/comment, and I'm just going to pick up on one, unsurprisingly, the money part, because I think, you know, my comments were threefold about the different elements of funding it. As an organization with many CCTLD colleagues from around the world who has participated in funding the IGF over the years, it can be difficult just procedurally to do it because of the way it gets done. But also to Bertrand's point about how are the top, you know, essentially what is the agenda and the purpose of the IGF going forward? I think for those who have been participating in the IGF over a number of years will recognize that we've seen the private sector step back considerably over the years. And I think that that's a challenge on two fronts. One is, where are they? We can talk all we want about the platforms, but where are they? They need to be part of this conversation, and what can we do to make this space more relevant to get them back into the conversation? Because it's beneficial for them to hear what the broader multi-stakeholder environment is saying, particularly in regards to some of the things that they're doing, and it's important that we hear it too. They have perspectives that maybe don't get articulated in these spaces that are very, very relevant. So the purpose and the format going forward need to encourage the private sector, the people who are actually providing the technologies often, a space to both listen and speak. And if we can do that, we will also find that diversity of funding will flow from that. So I just want to say I agree with Bertrand in terms of the sequencing. I, of course, was just initially speaking about the money, but the sequencing is also critical. If we take another layer deeper, you've got to provide the space that attracts the diversity of funders, and making it relevant to the private sector actors is going to be key for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Byron. Well, I just would like to know, as we still have some time, we still can have one more question from the audience. And while we wait for the question from the audience, I would like to know, Ellen, if we have any comments or reactions in the online.
Thanks, Everton. There is one, just to clarify the question that was previously asked to Byron. So Just a note from Mark Cavell here. He says, I fully agree with Byron's focus on diversification, but I was wondering if a supplementary UN budget provision would enhance confidence amongst other potential investors. It might attract wider active governments. Sorry, I misread that. It might also have another benefit in promoting wider active government support and participation in IGF meetings and activities. So that was just a follow-up to the earlier question.
If I could just comment on that?
Sure.
And I would 100% agree. I think there needs to be baseline funding from the UN. And of course, I was entirely remiss in not acknowledging the governments that support these events on an annual basis. I mean, I'm staring at Norway. 100% we need to acknowledge the importance of the governments that put their hand up and invest considerable resources in the event itself. But baseline funding from the UN, the support of individual countries for the annual event, and the diversity of funding from the multi-stakeholder community. That will create the diversity of funding that I think we need.
Yeah, I want to follow up on that point, Byron, because I think you're completely right. And I think one additional consideration as we're thinking through the diversification of the funding for IGF as well, and thinking through, potential sources of funding from the UN itself, we have to ensure that the IGF does not become solely reliant on the host country to kind of provide for the ability to be able to host, specifically because that limits down and puts a particular emphasis on which countries might have the capacity to be able to host. So seeking out those diverse sources of funding, ensuring that we keep business or bring business to the table, and likewise looking at sources from international organizations like the United Nations allows us to envision an IGF where the host country maybe has a lesser burden or maybe is able to more easily host, even if they are not, a G7, G20 nation.
Thank you very much, Alison. And with that, I would like just to thank you for the questions, for those who participated from the floor. And now it's time for one more interactive part of our session. We will be using Slido, so Ellen will display it for those here joining us in person and those joining us online. So it will be soon on your screen. Here it is. So prepare your cell phones. And here it is. So Ellen, can you just...
It is loading.
Yeah,
Apologies.
it's loading. So here you can find you will find three options for you to vote. Please, here is the code for you to reach to menti.com. Oops. Yes. So you can join us at menti.com, and then in a few seconds we are going to the questions. Okay, so maybe it's about time. So next slide, please. Here we have 3 suggestions of actions to strengthen the IGF. So you should pick your favorite of the 3. So which one do you consider that should be the favorite? Please, Ellen.
Thanks, Everton. Just a quick note that this is a ranking activity, so feel free to position these 3 actions to strengthen the IGF that we heard from Alison at the beginning of the panel. Obviously, there are lots of great ideas, and so we'd just love to get a sense from you as to which ones you feel are the most awesome to, also awesome, but in a ranked order. Thanks.
Thank you, Ellen.
I love a ranked ballot of the ideas that I brought up. It gives me the opportunity to vote for myself no matter what. It's really great.
So I'll give you a few seconds until we see a trend. Okay, so should we move to our next question, Ellen? Or I still see some voting here. People are thinking for a few seconds.
Yeah, that looks great. So it looks like we have about 28 people, 29 filling this out, which is wonderful. And lovely to see the make the IGF permanent seems to be resonating the most strongly with the group.
Right. So going to our next one, we have improving youth engagement at the IGF. So again, we would like to see what are your best options or your preferred ones. Of course, again, as Ellen said, this is a non-exhaustive list of topics, so many should come from discussions. We could keep discussing this forever. This one is more balanced. Heavily, really balanced.
Wow, it's a tie. A three-way tie. That's awesome. So thanks to Marco for bringing up some great points for us to think about and all great ideas. All right, we'll head to the next one.
So the actions to improve the accessibility and representation of the IGF. Okay, so it's quite stable now, or not? Okay. And now improving the IGF financial sustainability. All right. Yeah, sure, please.
Great. I think looks like for this one, the first and second option are pretty close of diversified IGF funding base and promotion of long-term commitments to IGF funding. So thank you to Byron for bringing those to our attention and speaking so in depth and gave us really great points to think about when we did this activity. And for the previous one as well, I forgot to mention, apologies, but thanks to Saba for really bringing those three ideas for inclusivity and accessibility at the IGF, and that long-term support was really emphasized in the one that became the most prominent amongst the audience. So thank you all for your participation, and that's the end of the Mentimeter. Over to you, Everton.
Thank you very much, Ellen. And then, well, with that, I just would like to ask each of our presenters for a brief concluding their takeaways from the session and high-level thoughts on the future of the IGF. I'll use the same order as in the first half, so please, Alison, thank you very much.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Everton. I'll be very brief. I think it was heartening to see in the questions that were raised and in the discussions that we had that folks are very focused on the long-term sustainability of IGF. I think I have participated in a number of international forums in the digital policy space, and it's wonderful to be in
not ready yet. They're still running the video.
IGF will play a more important role in the next.
Okay, you ready?
Really? Okay. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. You're most welcome to this session. It's NRA collaborative session on sustainable models for community-based connectivity. And I am very privileged to be your host today. My name is Peace Oliver Muge, and I work for the Association for Progressive Communications. And we are on Channel 5 for your information. And I will right away go to just give you a brief introduction on the session. We have distinguished panelists that I'll give a moment shortly to introduce themselves. And this session is really talking about local connectivity or community networks. As we all aware that even if we know that access to internet is a fundamental human right, we still know and we've witnessed in different spaces where we work or live that there are still very many people that are not connected to the internet. People in rural communities, periphery urban areas, indigenous communities are still not connected. And so it is very pivotal for us to have this kind of engagement and discuss alternative ways that we can have or close this gap. And so you should look forward to our engagement. We will be looking out for some of the challenges. We will share our experiences in the different communities, different projects or initiatives that we have done towards closing this gap. And we will also talk about some of the existing policy frameworks or challenges that we have witnessed. So without wasting any time, I will already invite you, Shafiq, to start off already this discussion. And my question to you is, how can inclusive policies and strong regulations framework close the digital divide, lower internet costs?
That's okay.
Can you hear me? No?
Yeah, but this is Shafiq here.
This is Shafiq. Sorry. I cannot hear myself at all. It feels like I'm speaking to myself. Yes, thank you. Yeah, so Shafiq, I'm coming to you. And before you answer this question, could you just introduce yourself briefly? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shafiq Shaya. I am the Regional Manager for Public Policy and Government Affairs for RIPE NCC. And I am a member at the IGF Lebanon, ex-chair of the IGF MAG in Lebanon. So it's a pleasure to be here with you today, and thanks for the invitation. Just to answer your question, so addressing this question in today's context is not about improving infrastructure or updating regulation. It's about recognizing that accessibility and connectivity to the internet is a right and not a luxury. So when we talk about connectivity, about lowering the cost of the internet, about policy and regulation, we are really talking about the people who are in rural areas, in remote areas, in refugee camps, that they don't have the chance to connect. They cannot get online. So I just have one question here for the audience. How many of you are come from a country where the connectivity in rural or remote areas is still a challenge? Yeah. So yes, and you are not alone. In many parts of my region, the Middle East and beyond, this is a challenge. But this challenge is not about technology. It's not about we don't have the connectivity. And it's about a policy failure. Let's put it in this dimension. So just I want to share with you a very simple but powerful story about this community initiatives and community network and how it works. In one of the small mountain village in Lebanon, we had a young woman. She had skills, and she was selling handicrafts, crochet. That means covers for tables and for chairs. But she hadn't the way to reach customers. So one of our initiative was led by the municipalities, some academics, and civil society, is to have a bus, a mobile bus, where we visit this village twice a week. So we met this young lady, and now this young lady, after she get the online, after she get the digital literacy, now she's a young entrepreneur, and she offers a job to other young ladies, and she's selling her handicrafts and her products online. So the main message here is we do not, or we don't need to wait for government development plans to go to these rural areas. When community work together, we can get the connectivity, and this connectivity can give the opportunity to these people like this young lady. To the second part of your question about the strategic alliances and how we can do this together. First thing that I want to say here, I believe we need to stop talking about that the stakeholders group like civil society, technical community, academics are just supporter partners. No, we need to be active partners. So government cannot solve and cannot bridge everything alone. We need to work with governments. So my message here is for all my colleagues, please, when you talk to government, don't just sit down and talk and listen to them. You need to be a partner. You need to collaborate. Because inclusive policies, based on my experience, I have been working for the last 20 years with governments, it is not written in the ministries or at the regulator authorities. These inclusive policies should be involved with the stakeholders, with communities, and should be based on trust and locally and reality on the ground. So we need to have these policies as needed, not in theoretically just to write it on a piece of paper. So community has an important role to play in connected people in partnership with governments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shafiq, for really pulling out and bringing out some of these things, especially that we should all be active partners, not pointing fingers to the other stakeholders, but we should all be active partners, and also the pivotal role that the community itself plays. And right away, I will come to you, Lillian. Before you speak, just briefly introduce yourself to the audience. Lillian, how should national regulations be adopted to support the legal establishment and operations of community networks? Thank you.
Thank you, Peace, and all of my partners. I'm Lilian Chamorro. I'm part of Colnodo team, that is an NGO based in Colombia that also is part of the IGF from Colombia, and we are also the Secretariat of the Latin American and Caribbean IGF. We in Colnodo have experience accompany communities in the creation and maintenance of community networks. We think that it's necessary to recognize that the diversity of connection possibilities should be recognized. Because the actual connection, the actual enterprises not respond to the needs of the communities, because the communities don't have the enough income, don't have the enough people, then the communities not respond to the needs of the large operators. Therefore, other connectivity models are needed. Diversified models that complements the work of traditional operators, oriented by principle of openness, sharing, and community. These community models cannot have the same requirements as traditional models. They must have reduced or exempted fees, and reporting requirements must be simplified and adapted to the conditions of these networks. On the other hand, these models should have access to the resources of universal access funds In Colombia, we have the FUTIC, that is the Universal Fund, which is intended to bring connectivity to vulnerable communities that are usually in remote areas and do not have the possibility of accessing this type of resources. Although in Colombia, community networks initiatives are financed by universities or by international funds, such as ISOC or also the LogNet program from APC, but there are not public resources oriented to the implementation and support of community networks. In addition, it should be allowed to implement models of alternative economies or economías propias, as we said in Spanish, in the operation and maintenance of the networks, different of the commercial models. Finally, access to the resources such as the spectrum and backhaul networks should be facilitated, which due to the legislation and high costs do not allow communities to access facilitate the access to backhaul, which means a diminution of the possibility to access to backhaul means a diminution of costs for the network maintenance and more opportunities for the community network sustainability.
Thank you, Lillian, and I do agree with exploring the different models that exist, openness, addressing the needs of the community, and when you bring that with what Shafiq started us on talking about the different stakeholders, I want to bring in Julius now. And Julius, my question to you is that what strategic alliances between government, civil society, academia, and private sector can boost community network development?
Sorry. Thank you very much. So maybe just to briefly introduce, name is Julia Zuba. I represent NRD Companies, which is a private sector representative from Lithuania, which closely cooperates both with the Lithuanian government, sharing our last 30 years of digital transformation experience, including in the field of broadband connectivity, which is one of the key pillars to ensuring digital transformation. So I really appreciate this question because in Lithuania, when we became first independent in the 1990s, we had a unique situation where we had to, as any countries, to breach the rural and urban gap in terms of digital divide. And one thing that was proposed actually for Lithuanian government by the academia was first of all to establish what we called a rural area internet networks, by acronym RAIN, which basically the government provided the middle mile network that was then open to private internet service provider to do the last mile connectivity to sort of make it financially viable for these private companies to then provide that. So from our Lithuanian side, it was particularly important how public investment can stimulate private sector provision in underserved areas. And then one thing, when you refer to collaboration between different stakeholders, the next actually very interesting initiative was called Window to the Future, which started in 2000s and actually was initiated by telecommunication companies and private banks because they noticed, well, there was who started a dedicated NGO, which with the objective to establish centers in rural areas where people can get Wi-Fi access, digital skills, and everything that they need to use the connectivity that they would be provided. The idea was here that telecommunications wanted more people using digital services, or overall, digital connectivity, so that improves their consumer base. The banks wanted more people using digital banking services, so then that simplifies their own processes. They don't need to serve as many people in their offices. And in terms, then the government actually jumped in and said, this is a great idea, let's do that. What came out of it is actually the largest public network of internet points in all of the Europe, which is provided to public libraries. And we believe that this is a great collaboration between a critical service points in any community, which in Lithuanian case is a public library, and funding provided by the private sector and the government sort of providing the mandate that you need to initiate these things. And we believe that this model is really adaptable to other contexts. For example, my company, we recently had a project in Kenya where a similar model was considered, but instead of public libraries, we were working with the Postal Corporation of Kenya and proposing that a model how the already existing infrastructure of the postal networks could be brought to a second life to also provide similar networks. Thank you.
Thank you, Julius. And that's a good example of how when all stakeholders come together, it's stronger with this example of the window to the future. So thank you for sharing that. I would like to announce that we have online participants, and Judith is our moderator. So we will ensure that when we open the floor, we give you opportunity to engage. I will come to you, Henry. And please introduce yourself briefly. And then my question to you is, how can rural, indigenous, and Afro-descent communities effectively participate? I'm sorry. Yeah, I was asked to moderate the session last minute, so I'm not aware. This is my Julia, so excuse me for that. Yeah. So my question to you is that, Henry, I mean, how can rural, indigenous, and Afro-descent communities effectively participate in connectivity, policy making, and what strategies are needed to build their capacity to manage and sustain their own network infrastructure and services? Thank you.
Okay, very good questions. Hello, everyone. And my name is Henry Wang. I'm from the Singapore IGF. I'm also the co-founder for the World Web 3 Alliance. So today's topic is a community driving network. And it's very important, and it aligns with IGF. So IGF is bottom-up, and the community network is also bottom-up. But when we talk about a community network, sometimes we don't have enough or enabled tools to build a community network. But now time is shifting, and this empowered blockchain protocol can actually help the community to build their own network based on mesh network, which is the peer-to-peer connections. So with peer-to-peer connections, people can build a village network. But with one of the node, we call it mesh box, you can connect it to the low Earth orbital satellites. Then you can immediately form a space-ground integration network. So this kind of a decentralized infrastructure network, we call it decentralized physical infrastructure network, called DPIN. So this DPIN is going to revolutionize our infrastructure, and within the next 1 decade, 10 years. So within 10 years, I believe the whole humanity can be connected with this space-ground integration network. Because it's bottom-up, so everyone can participate. So there's a protocol to guarantee the contributors and users and validators to organize a fair network for everyone. So we call it People's Network. And I invested into one of the company in Chicago who are building the all-door mesh box with solar panel and also with the battery, so they can even work without power. So in those remote areas, rural areas, like mentioned by several of our panelists, in those areas, and we can immediately build a network for people. So the low Earth orbital satellites is not only starting. There are so many constellations are under construction. So within 3 to 5 years, all of them will put into operation. So space-ground integration network will be the future of our community network. So therefore, we are talking about the policies in every country, especially emerging countries, how to encourage people to build a network together. It's not centralized. It's not be decided by the centralized carriers where to build network, but the community themselves can decide, can work together to organize a community-based network. So it's cost-effective, and also with the broadband and bandwidth, it can help people to actually earn their breakfast, earn their educations. So this is the underground layer of the infrastructure. And upon this layer, we'll have the Web 3.0, which actually decentralizes the data ownership, which means for emerging countries, They don't have to turn over their data. They can preserve their data, their language, and their cultures. So with the community network and the Web 3.0 layer, like Lingo AI is doing for all the diversity of languages and cultures, I believe the emerging countries can gradually become wealthy and gradually own their own data and protect their culture and languages. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Henry, for mentioning, the bottom-up approach, the decentralization of the networks, and the cost effectiveness. And since you brought that up, I will come to you now, Claude, to talk about the funding mechanism and incentives that can support sustainable community networks. Please introduce yourself briefly.
Yes, hello. My name is Claude Dorian. I'm an economist, general manager of MCA Conseil, which is a non-profit consultancy specialized in financial and development strategy for collective projects. Financing connectivity is a complex question, so trying to offer a 4-minute answer is kind of counter-cultural for a guy who's paid by the hour, usually. Connectivity is different things depending on who you are asking. For some people, it's a market. For other people, it's a right. We may argue that in between, it's a essential social service supplied by an economic activity with a technical solution. But this right has to be supplied and financed from private sector, public sector, or civil society. With the limited resources that the public sector has and the important wave of diminishing resources coming from international cooperation, it seems that we are condemned at finding some blended strategy to supply financial solutions to a large scale. I mainly bring the experience of social economy to this debate. Social economy is constituted of collectively owned enterprises who have social mission managed through a collective democratic governance representing the community that they serve. It is a way of undertaking collectively for the common good. Social economy has developed a culture of mixed financing, where grants finance impact, loan finances assets, and specialized financing feed working capital through long-term flexible loans without guarantee or supported by external or public guarantee scheme. We believe that this is a constructive path to use philanthropy as leverage and with the aim of multiplying its impact for community connectivity. And because I'm an economist, I kind of have the tendency to see things as a supply and demand situation. On the supply side, we have to build a network of a few complementary financial actors that will work together with mutually supportive products in the same projects in order to share analysis, share risk, and insight in order to raise the financial supply and lower its cost. On the demand side, I also believe that connectivity initiatives may need management and technical support services in order to identify the best solution and to deliver the kind of business case, because we are, in fact, social businesses, business plans that will be closer in content and in format to what social financial actors may expect or wish for. It is really a dialogue between digital divide and financial divide. And I believe this dialogue can be constructive, leading to a fair financing solution to collective projects, bringing positive social impact and economic impact, as fair trade brought higher selling price for growers. Fair financing could bring lower prices for users of connectivity emerging from community-based projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claude, for those elaborate points. And I think these are really good strategies that we need to take if we want to ensure that the financing mechanism works for our goal to ensure that we close the gap and we have many people connected as we are in this room connected. I will come to Aisha. We're about to come to the floor, so don't feel impatient. And Aisha told me before the session started that she is the last, so we shouldn't rush her. Usually it's the case. Nobody's going to rush you. And you will just introduce yourself before you take this question. And the question to you is, how can policies strengthen digital skills and community-led technology?
Thank you, Peace. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aisha Jaridi. I'm the Vice Chair of the North African IGF. I am here to represent the North African part of the continent. Maybe it is very relevant in this context to say that community network is not only about connectivity and infrastructure. It is also more about empowerment of the less privileged ones, including women, youth, and also people with disabilities. So policies in this context play a vital role in ensuring that these communities are not only, and all the global community, are not only passive users of internet, but also active in connecting the other communities and also in shaping the realities of the disconnected. So talking about the digital skills, there are not only four, but four main areas where policies can support digital skills. The first area, policy can invest in inclusive or more inclusive digital education and training. This is by creating a policy. Government should create policies that ensure that everyone has access to digital literacy, either in schools or in adult literacy. Second, policy should include skills and STEM education in with more and more areas, and include rural areas as well as urban areas in digital skills. Third, policy should support training in rural areas. This is in cooperation with civil society. And maybe it's important in this context, related to the digital skills, especially to mention the efforts done by the School of Internet Governance and the regional initiatives of Internet governance, whether it's North, South, West, and their initiative or their schools and the trainings they do on a yearly basis, and the students, women, and people with disabilities. Because last year, for instance, in our School of Internet Governance in North Africa, we have included a great number of people with disability. We've trained them. We've had them participate in our school and certify. So these initiatives can help also enable these people to get the technical skills, and why not build their own local communities. The second area that policies can encourage digital skills is to enable local community to design and manage its own infrastructure. This is also by reducing the dependencies on large corporation, ISP corporation, because we know, for instance, in North Africa, we don't all have community-based networks. We don't have it because of the monopoly of the giant ISPs, and we cannot build that. So it's a call for a community, for people who have been trained, for people who are skilled to gather and think about creating community networks in Africa and North Africa especially. So the third area that policies can promote access to affordable internet. So this is by reducing the taxes on digital devices. It's also by supporting more and more use of public internet access, such as in schools and libraries, and we are talking about both rural and more rural areas and also urban areas. Policies can also recognize local communities and recognize the efforts of local communities by offering them small grants, by encouraging them, offering them very, very small grants, or even loans with low interests that can help them create their own community network. And fourth and finally, and it is the most important one because it includes more than one stakeholder, because all stakeholders should participate to create policy. Policy is not the creation of government only, it's a collective effort that, because civil society, for instance, in terms of skills and capacity building, have more experience in that regard. So I invite more participation of civil society initiatives together with the government, also the private sector, to foster partnership with these local community networks. Finally, why not create digital inclusion council or digital skill ambassadors who will promote the idea of community-based networks and work with multi-stakeholders to improve connectivity in rural areas. This is all from my side. Thank you for not cutting my word. Yeah.
Thank you. And you know why I didn't cut you? Because you talked about the School of Internet Governance. So I coordinate AfriSIC. So definitely I was agreeing to what you were saying. And so we're going to open up in a bit. I think we will use the mics there. So yes, I think you can take the floor. But before, as you go on the queue, we have Roberto who is online. Yes. Is he?
Yes.
Yes.
If you could.
If we can have Roberto
Zambrana questions. Okay, Roberto, I think you can go, and we'll have AV people unlock your mic and video. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Judith. Peace. It's a great honor to be part of this session as well. This time I want to share very quickly how we were working in Bolivia, in our NRI in Bolivia. I will say 5 years ago, and key element is the way that we had the coordination with the government, not only the head of the sector, the telecommunications vice ministry, but also the regulator's office. And from last year, and I will say even the last 2 years, we started to work with enabling capacities in communities, because the community network, we understand that is a fantastic solution for bridging the gap we have regarding all the people. I will say more than 30% of the Bolivian population that don't have access to internet. And another important fact that I would like to share, because I'm also working with Internet Society Foundation, is from this organization. We worked with capacity building, especially in a course that we have, which is the Community Network Readiness Assessment. And this course enables the communities themselves to work in their connectivity solutions from the beginning. It's very important because usually this kind of projects, this kind of initiatives comes directly bringing the solutions without even in some cases consulting the communities, consulting the beneficiaries. And the correct approach, I will say, it's to build the concept from the beginning, understanding the nature of the needs and working together with them, again, from the beginning to define what kind of solutions will actually fit their particular needs in terms of connectivity. And of course, the solutions that we called community-based are one of the best examples of working together with the communities from the beginning and thinking about the specific solutions that are related with technology, with approaches, with how the leaders of the communities can embrace this kind of solution, and of course, working together with the rest to have not only a successful community network, but especially a community network that is going to be sustainable in the future, because that's the other aspect that we need to think from the beginning and to define the different strategies to work with that goal. So that's what I wanted to very quickly contribute. And once again, thank you for the opportunity to do it. Thank you very much, Judith, and peace.
Thank you very much, Roberto. And we have a hand there. Yeah, you.
We also have a question online.
Online. Okay. So we take. Yes, you can. You can go.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Kweku Entry. I'm from the African Community Network Program, and I just like the contributions from. I think it was from the financier as well as. Is it the community? Is it Malaysia? Singapore. Yeah. So all I see is collaboration as a theme going up, and the base of community network is community based. In terms of financing, I think one of the issues that we have is about the buy-in of those we are trying to provide a solution for. What am I talking about? I come from Africa, and in Africa, it's very different. When we're talking about community networks for the people who are in the roots and the grassroots, are we talking about community networks as we going in to implement community networks for them or with them whilst they own this? In our program in the African Community Network, which actually evolved from projects in Costa Rica and in Africa, you see that the community people are involved and they are buying, whether it's the data or they are involved in the ownership. How do we transcend the funding into community ownership where they see that they have the shares in which they are able to invest? Because most of the communities we are talking about most times do not have the funds. And for the last speaker who was online about the sustainability, I think we are at a point here where we need to be able to have some of these funding things. Some of us are doing this and we know the challenges, and I'm just asking so that we can be able to join ourselves and see how we're able to solve these things and move the community networks. Because without community networks, all these gaps we are talking about is never going to be achieved. It's connecting everybody is not going to be top down, it's going to be bottom up, and it's going to be more meaningful and impactful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Judy, we can take the online question or comment, and then we can go with the hand that we have.
Yes, so we have a question from Zaina from Lebanon, and her question is to all the speakers is, in their opinion, what roles can NOIs play in fostering community networks?
Thank you. Yes, we can go with you. Your mic, is it on?
Bring it closer.
Where?
Okay.
This?
It's on?
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hello, this is Mohammad Abdullah Kono. I'm from Bangladesh Internet Governance Forum. I have some observation. 20 years ago, we are talking about digital divide. After 20 years, we are talking about the digital divide. Problem is the community network. Community network is facilitated only for rural area. Rural area living is the poor people and below income people. But they are not facilitated in the community supported in fund. If we are starting the community project is okay, network is okay. When community project is end, network is end. Because of challenges, the technical person is not living in the community area, rural area, because they thinking about, if I am technical person, I am going to rural urban area because they have a better job. I am not living in the rural area. And another problem is the technical device. Device is very much higher price. If rural area one technical device is problem, but if you change this device, so expensive. So they are not affordable. So here is a challenge is the affordable, and another challenge is the technical knowledge. This is my observation from Bangladesh concept.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
We have, yes, you can take. And do we have someone online?
No, but I don't think the question was answered. She asked a question about how can NRIs
yes
play a role in fostering community networks.
Yes.
And so
we've taken the note. Let's have all the questions and then we can pass around and the panelists can answer. Thank you. Yes, you can go on.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry
yes.
for my voice. I'm a bit sick. I'm Yao also from Benin, Youth IGF Benin, and I'm also newly elected policy chair from NPOC. My observation regarding the explanation that was given by Henry Wang regarding the low satellite connectivity and all this connecting the hand user. My question directly is, have you tried to implement such a solution in a very low income community, and what was the outcome of such making available those devices to them in terms of pricing, like return on investment? We are talking about connecting the non-connected and local communities, but in the end, it's about the company investing. We want to make at least a certain level of money to be sustainable and be able to replicate those solutions made available. So how were you able to manage that? My second question to all the panelists is on the policy front. How do you see, in terms of policy implementation or harmonization, how could you make, what could be the involvement of the NRIs? We are talking about the NRIs here. What could be their involvement in terms of pushing for recommendation or a contribution into policy suggestion to the legislator at the national level, so that adoptions of community networks actually become more of a reality, like we will say the way we are using social network today, for example, so that community network will not be something just of a dream, of giving power to the government actually to make sure they put effort in place to finance those initiatives, and so that the private could come and support when support is needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, the next.
And
yes, you can.
We have one online too.
Okay, so then you can take the floor and then we can have the online question.
Thank you. I'm Lee McKnight, Syracuse University, working also with Kwaku Antwi and others in the Africa Community Internet Program. I beg to differ with some of our speakers here, assuming that community networks must be complicated, must be too technically complicated for rural community residents to operate themselves. There's one right here in the room that anybody that can operate a smartphone can operate their own community network and create services for themselves and their neighborhoods. So I think we have to think about the current generations of technology that can radically simplify, automate, and enable communities to support themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have the online question.
Sure. So we also have a comment here that I'm going to have it read out so that it can be put on the caption so that other people can see it. So a question from comments from Mark Dyershock. He says, when the digital divide is overcome, then different complaints are generated in a quest for perfection instead of results. He was commenting on that people, when there are many different access points, people are commenting on the quality of the provider or whether they like the provider or not. And I just want to make sure that his comment was represented in the chat. We also have, I think, Tijani Benjamin, who's online, who has a comment, and I think they already gave him authority to open his mic. Tijani, you can put your comment.
Okay, thank you very much, Judith, and thank you everyone. Tijani Benjima from Tunisia. Henry, I heard you, and the solution you are proposing, Web3, is very interesting. And this is a decentralized, distributed solution that really make the end user have the ownership of their data. But my big concern is about the power consumption of this technology because it is based on blockchain technology. And I don't know if this solution can be, how to say, feasible because of this issue of power consumption. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 14 minutes, so let's just be pretty fast. I think we have that. And then we can have you, and then we can come back to the speakers so that we can have feedback on your comments and questions. Yes, you can go ahead. Let's just make it very quick so that we can all have a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Panov Sapian, I'm from RIPE NCC, and I have some experience with regional and national internet governance initiatives in Central Asia and Caucasus as well as Eastern Europe. So I guess, and also with the community-based community networks, let's say. So, our experience says that the governments and the territories are quite different from each other. So the legislation, business models, strategies to ensure the national connectivity can be very different. What can be done from the internet governance perspective is that at these platforms of regional and internet governance forums, it can be discussed the national strategy or the regional strategy, if there is any regional strategy, on accessing rural areas, on developing these rural areas and far mountainous areas. So everybody can be in there and they can discuss how to manage this. In some cases, in some countries, they have the state subsidies to reach the forest regions. In some countries, it is state grants. In some countries, it is the donor organizations that are providing this money. So it is really different. But all these initiatives can be discussed at internet governance forums. Another thing that might be done by the participants of the IG is the capacity building. Like different organizations can overtake a part of that capacity building. We have mentioned here that these people from communities, they don't have enough experience, they don't have enough expertise and knowledge. So we as a RIPE NCC can provide them the skills on networking. Others can provide them the skills on management and all this other stuff that is needed to run community-based organizations. So I would call just to diversified approach, but also to universal, to discuss it at the appropriate levels of their internet governance initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we come to you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Carlos Vera from Internet Society Ecuadorian chapter. From June 12, 2 weeks ago, we passed a bill in Ecuador that 1% of the net income of the telecommunication service provider goes to the digital gap bridge. So we hope to work now in how to implement this. So that's one way. We have this kind of law from several years ago, but we don't know where this lot of money goes at the end, because it is more or less $25 million each year, 1% of the net income of the telecommunication provider. So if the government put attention, we can maybe try and have some news for the community in the next IGF or whatever even is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Wisdom, we can have you, and then, we cannot.
The microphone.
All right. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yes, my name is Wisdom Donko from Ghana IGF. I'm the coordinator. There's one other a component that I think we are leaving out, and then that got to do with the alignment of the community network to the needs of the rural folks. We need to look at this critically, because when you have a rural farmer who has his produce and then want to look for market for this produce, this farmer needs a network to be able to locate a buyer. So if we want to build this rural network, we need to be able to convince the government, more so for the government to bring in its support and all of that, but then we have to align the need. A rural dweller would like to request for a national passport. I mean, most often in Africa, they have to travel to the city before they can get the passport. So if you attach the needs to it, then we are solving the problem.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Wisdom. And thank you all of you that had comments and questions. We come back to the panelists. You can, if you have any response to whatever comment or question that came, you can just take the floor, and you could use the minute to also just say your final words if you have 9 minutes. So let's summarize our thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Peace. Thank you so much. So I will try to answer some questions. The first question I would like to answer is from Zena about the role of NRIs in network community. No doubt that NRIs play an important role in network community for one simple reason, because NRIs discuss the challenges, opportunities of each country. As my friend Vahan said, each country has its own challenges, its own environment, its own legislative laws. So when we discuss the needs of each country at the NRIs, based on our experience at Lebanon IGF, what we do, we discuss these topics at the NRIs, and then we put our report and raise it to the decision makers. So decision makers can know exactly what are the challenges that the country is facing in infrastructure development and policy. Second thing that NRIs can do is capacity building, awareness. We do this during during Lebanon IGF. What we do capacity building. We organize workshops to end users, to the community, so we can give them the awareness, the technical expertise, and how they should approach these challenges. This is from, I'm talking within my hat as a member at the Lebanon IGF MAG. I will talk now from the other perspective as RIPE NCC, one of the 5 global regional interregistries who allocate the numbers and the network network numbers for communities. So from a RIPE NCC perspective, what we do is we support very closely and we engage with the NRIs and with all multi-stakeholder platforms like NOGs, Network Operatory Groups. These NOGs or these platforms are technical platforms that can complement the NRI's discussion, which are the policy platforms. So giving the community, giving the end users the expertise needed, giving them the resources, not only the expertise. Sometimes we go there and we fund this engagement on the ground. So doing this, we engage with the end users, with the individuals, with the communities to build their own, community. Because part of our engagement is building communities. So happy, my colleague Vahan is there. I'm here, happy to help you to answer any of your questions, how we can support you in building your own community. Thank you, please.
Thank you, Shafiq, and anybody.
Yes,
Aisha, you want to
thank you, Peace. Just to emphasize and to add to what Mr. Shafiq said, it's just an example from the North African IGF. So, for instance, we represent the North African NRI, and we, during the last year, we have reached out to the Mauritanian Ministry of ICT. We had a meeting with the minister and suggested a couple of regular online and on-site capacity building sessions, especially for women and in rural and in Nouakchott, for instance. So we had the initiative. We took the initiative to go to the Ministry of ICT, and we were welcomed. We were much welcomed. So the lesson here, or the message I want to convey, is that policies are not only for governments, and government may not have all the information or all the capabilities to be everywhere and to respond to all the people's needs. So civil society organizations, NRI more specifically, schools or people who are working in internet governance have also the role, have also the responsibility to reach out to ISPs as well as to governments and participate in shaping policies. Another point I wanted to react to is the comment said by a fellow from Bangladesh who underlined that community network is not only connectivity, and this is how I started my intervention. I said it's about empowerment, and when I speak about empowerment, it means that giving the necessary skills to those people in rural areas or not even in rural areas. I spoke about people with disabilities, which we do not mention much here. So they can be people who living in urban areas, but they do not have the necessary skills to be connected. So here comes the importance of the digital skills. Because to my point of view, community network is a full project that encompasses many steps. First of all, starts with connectivity, and then second of all, with capacity building. Capacity building then includes digital literacy and also digital marketing for women entrepreneurs who are in the rural areas and who do not, first of all, know how to use their smartphone or mobile phone. The latest ICT research for Africa research has said that more than, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 40% in the global South Africa do not have smartphones because of the price of the smartphones and because of the connectivity and other issues. So just to get the story short, digital literacy skills is part and parcel of the community-based networks. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha. Yes, Lillian, you can go.
Thank you. Well, for finish, I would like to say that it's important to recognize that build and maintain a community network is a process. It is not just a project with a beginning and a finish. It's all a process, and we need public policy aligned with sustainability. That means funds, that means diversity of models, that means training, local governance, accompanying the communities, access to the spectrum, access to the backhaul, and create a strong ecosystem where multiple actors are involved. Then that is the importance also of the role of the NRIs, because we not need only civil society or only governments. We need to discuss and bring different viewpoints about how to strong the community networks ecosystem.
Thank you, Lillian. Claude, do you want to go?
Yes, we just conducted a survey with the Association for Progressive Communication, where we had information from roughly 80 collectivity-centered connectivity initiatives, and the basic conclusion was the really large diversity of those projects. They all share the fact that they emerge from a local initiative where the group of future users get together and build a network connected to another or totally autonomous. And they differ by their revenue scale, their size, the number of users. They may be rural, they may be urban in poorer neighborhoods of large cities. The cases are really multiplous, and what we try to do is to have strategies where we bring external resources at the lowest cost possible in order to help complement the internal resources of those communities and materialize, implement their project. So it's all in total respect of the local initiative, and it's at the service of those communities that a financial ecosystem has to be built and adapted for each different project, because the challenges are different from one project to the other. And I think that when we see the example of Ecuador with its 1% tax, I could say, on the profit of the private sector, or the example that Julius presented about how the private sector is working with the public sector in order to bring some accessibility to communities. There are all examples of mixing a public decision, some private resources with local regulation and local initiative in order to attract what we need as human resources, technical resources, and financial resources in order to increase the number of people having access and lower the price that they have to support in order to pay for it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Claude. And the tech already shown the sign. I don't know if we can just, no.
Okay.
It says a big no. Okay, I just want to thank you all for your time, for coming to this session, for your thoughts. And a big thank you to the panelists for sharing the different engagements and the projects, initiatives that you have been doing on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
us together again. Okay. Thank you. 1, 2. I was late, huh?
Oh, countdown, Lord.
Countdown already.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good afternoon, friends and colleagues, and welcome to be with this open forum. It is hosted by the Bureau of International Cooperation of the Cyberspace Administration of China, or the CAC. I'm the moderator, Professor Xu Peixi. You can also call me Patrick, my nickname. And my suggestion is that you use that device on your side. We are with the channel 5. So channel 5 we are with. The topic of this open forum is related to artificial intelligence governance. Specifically, the topic is building an international AI cooperation ecosystem based on extensive consultation, joint contribution, and shared benefits. And we have 60 minutes. Each speaker or panelist has 5 minutes. Our speakers, according to the sequence in the agenda, will be firstly the Director General, Qi Xiaoxia from the Cyberspace Administration of China. She is representing the host of this forum. She'll be followed by Yovan Kapeligia from the Diplo Foundation, and Professor Wolfgang Klawachter from the University of Aarhus, and Mr. Luigi Gambardella from China EU, which is a non-profit international association, and he is not on site. He will deliver a short video message. And Mr. Dai Wei from the Internet Society of China. And then we have Mr. Sajid Rahman from ICANN, and also Professor Ricardo Pelayo from the Banking and Commercial School of Mexico, and Professor Dai Li Na from the Shanghai Academy of Social Sciences. And finally, we will have Ms. Wu Shuyan from China Mobile Research Institute. Now let's welcome Ms. Qi Xiaoxia to give opening remarks.
Thank you, Professor. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good afternoon. I'm delighted to meet all of you in Norway and join the discussion on AI governance, development, and international cooperation. On behalf of the Bureau of International Cooperation, Cyberspace Administration of China, I wish to extend a warm welcome and heartfelt appreciation to all guests, both present and online today. Nowadays, with continued technological breakthroughs, emergence of new business models, and accelerated expansion of applications, artificial intelligence has become a strategic technology spearheading a new round of scientific and technological revolution and industrial transformation. It is a critical force driving global technological and industrial development, exerting a profound impact on human production and life. At the same time, it presents unprecedented challenges to humanity. AI governance has become a common concern of countries worldwide. China has always placed great emphasis on AI development and governance, underscoring the necessity of jointly promoting development and application of AI technologies while ensuring safety, reliability, controllability, and fairness throughout its development process so as to fully harness AI's potential to bring greater benefits to humanity. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce China's practice and experience in this regard. Firstly, promoting innovation and the development of AI industry. China is at the forefront of AI technology innovation in the world, with more than 60% of the world's granted AI patents coming from China. As of now, more than 430 generative AI service models have been registered and put online in China, with over 2,800 million registered users. China has become an important market for AI technology innovation and industry application. Secondly, strengthening AI safety governance. China has released the interim measures for the management of generative AI services, marking the first legislative effort of its kind globally, and made public the AI safety governance framework, providing better safeguards for the healthy development of AI. Thirdly, deepening international cooperation on AI governance. China put forth and implement the Global AI Governance Initiative, supports fair competition between domestic and foreign AI companies, and stays committed to fostering an ecosystem conducive to the healthy and sustainable development of large language models. Tackling new challenges brought by AI requires joint efforts of governments, international organizations, enterprises, and scientific institutions to develop open, fair, and efficient AI governing mechanisms so as to minimize possible negative impacts while fully amplifying and accelerating the positive effects of AI. We look forward to working with other parties to intensify exchanges and cooperation in AI development and governance. We are committed to governing AI for all, creating an open and inclusive environment for the development of AI so as to make emerging technologies represented by AI to serve the greater good of humanity. With this in mind, I wish to propose efforts in 3 areas. First, staying focused on sustainable development and ensuring technology for good. It is important to help developing countries enhance capacity building, increase their representation and voice in global AI governance, ensure equal rights, equal opportunities, and equal rules for all countries in AI development and governance. International cooperation with the assistance to developing countries should be carried out to bridge the intelligence divide and narrow the gap in governance capacity. Second, making proactive responses to risks and challenges and ensuring AI safety and controllability. Safety and controllability is the prerequisite for the healthy and orderly development of AI and the precondition for AI technologies to benefit, not harm, human beings. China stands ready to work with all countries to prevent and manage risks, ensure AI technologies are safe, reliable, controllable, and fair, and develop AI in a way that is beneficial to the progress of human civilizations. Third, fostering consensus on AI governance and deepening collaborative governance. IGF is the important platform under the United Nations. The leading role of the UN in international AI governance should be supported, with full respect for the differences among countries at the policy and practical levels. It is important to encourage the active participation of multi-stakeholders, build consensus on international AI governance, and ensure all countries can share intelligence dividends. Thank you for your attention. I wish the forum a full success.
Thank you very much, Ms. Director General. You have introduced the Chinese experience and the practice of AI governance and development in 3 areas, and also you have made 3 proposals. So now we move on to session 1. The topic of session 1 is about fostering a favorable policy environment for AI development. And we're going to start from Yuan.
Thank you. Thank you, Patrick, Director General, dear colleagues and friends. It's my honor to be a participant at this panel. And I would like to start from one statistics. I didn't remember completely the number which Director General mentioned, but it was something like 450 generative
430.
30, yes. There is saying that in China, a new model is developed every day. And this is the first point that I would like to forward here. AI is becoming commodity. only 3 years ago, AI was mysterious technology in hands of a few developers and the top labs with huge investment of money. That has changed. And most of our governance thinking is related to what happened 2 years ago, 3 years ago, including famous letter that AI will destroy humanity and other elements. Now it's a time to revisit and to see what is basically our governance should regulate and what should be the governance function that we should cover by governance models. Therefore, this is the first point. AI is commodity. You can create an AI agent in 5 minutes, and that's basically given. Here, another point is that I call it DeepSeek moment, 20th of January, where DeepSeek was released for the fraction of the cost. Although there are controversies how costly it was, but let's say it was much, much less than major platform. It was shown that you can develop AI, foundational model, with limited funding, with limited NVIDIA cards. And it was the critical point, because till that moment, the idea was the more NVIDIA cards, or whatever processing power you have, the better AI will create. For the first time, somebody said, no, you don't need just a sheer processing power. You need a smart algorithms, smart solution, and smart architecture. Therefore, this has changed completely AI governance landscape. And I will return to Director General's few points, concrete points, how we can revisit that core notions and create, I would say, revitalize or new approaches to AI governance nationally and globally. First one is about SDGs. SDGs should be used, AI should be used for achieving SDGs, but we should also use SDGs to govern AI. SDGs are the latest and the most comprehensive codification of the core human values and priorities agreed by all UN member states. Why not to create AI systems that will implement each of SDGs? Now, with automating coding like Cursor and the GitHub and other platforms, it's doable. That's the first concrete proposition. Second concrete proposition is that we need bottom-up AI. This empowerment of 430 platforms and platforms all over the world, in the United States, in Europe, we are empowering us to have fast AI models on our mobiles. And it provides a unique chance for internet governance community and other communities that we can preserve our knowledge. We can preserve our knowledge and not pass to big platforms and tech giants, wherever they are located. I'm not now referring to any geopolitical context, but wherever they're located. Knowledge is what defines us as human beings. This is the definition of our human dignity, our personal knowledge and knowledge of our communities. Interestingly enough, in VERSYS documents, you have many references to knowledge society and knowledge. Somehow, knowledge is cleaned from the political discourse of the last 20 years. You don't have any more knowledge, you have only data. And what we are speaking about AI is the knowledge. This is just one idea for young researchers to see how we clean the knowledge from the discourse. Though this is the first point, Director General, to have SDGs and to have a revitalization of the knowledge and bottom-up AI. And I will conclude with two more concrete proposals. One is to insist on the share weights and standards for sharing the weights. This is, weights in AI are basically the way of creating AI. This is how international cooperation will be conducted. Can we use the weights from, let's say, DeepSeek to be shared with Mistral and other platforms? For time being, not. We already went a step in this trap with social media, where when you are on one social media platform, you cannot bring your contacts on the other social media platform. Let us learn something from our mistakes. When I say mistakes, I say humanity as a whole. We should have the standardization around the AI weights. And last very concrete proposal, and with that I will conclude, is to insist that UN develops open source AI models for the UN activities. Countries can contribute AI models. When you go to New York, you can see sculptures, paintings as national contributions. For the new AI, for the new UN, especially at this critical moment, where, as you know, UN is in crisis, we need to rethink what we contribute as a countries. And that would be great if China, United States, other countries, small countries, contribute their AI models for the future UN. Those are just a few concrete proposals inspired by your opening remark. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yuvan. So you firstly argue that AI is a commodity, and secondly, you talk about the characteristics of a deep-seek movement, and then finally, you made several proposals. Shall we move on to Professor Wolfgang Klawachter?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you also for the invitation. And as Jovan just said, you know, AI is not anymore a mysterious science fiction. It's part of our daily life. And like everything in our daily life, we have to have some guardrails. We have to have some orientations, you know. Our daily life is, quote, unquote, regulated by legal norms, by just interpersonal behavior norms, by moral norms and other norms. So it's not a surprise that if we discuss AI governance, we speak about norms, principles, rules, you know, how to organize this. And in the last 5-6 years, we have seen an explosion of discussions around these norms, principles, and things like that. And it's difficult to get the overview. It started already nearly 10 years ago in the OECD, which drafted the first set of principles in 2019, which fortunately were adopted then by the G20, where China is a member. And from this, then we did see a number of regulatory initiatives, in particular in Europe, where the European Union adopted the first set of legal binding norms. The Council of Europe adopted a convention on the protection of human rights and AI. And we did see UNESCO, which adopted a recommendation, which is not legally binding, for the ethical dimension of AI. And we did see a number of mixed processes like the Bletchley process, which was started by the United Kingdom 2 or 3 years ago. We see the initiative of the so-called Hiroshima process of the G7 countries. And finally, we did see the discussion in the United Nations in the last 2-3 years with the high-level panel and now the proposals which are included in the Global Digital Compact. You know, all these are partly complementary initiatives, but the big question behind this is, you know, what you want to regulate. What is AI governance? So that means everybody agrees we need something, but there is partly a confusion because you have a dilemma. While on the one hand, you want to stimulate innovation, you want to have new developments. So, and the risk is if you regulate it, then you can probably strangulate innovation. You can stop this. And to find the right balance is rather difficult, you know. From the European perspective, this was the problem with the European Union AI Act, where they introduced 4 categories, so the so-called risk-based approach. And they said, okay, for applications which violate human dignity, this should be forbidden. For risky applications, we have to have very specific binding rules. For activities which are low risk, we are much more flexible. And for applications with no risk, so everybody goes. So that means we have no regulation. The problem is if you introduce such a complex system, how to implement it. And in the European Union now the discussion has started about the simplification of the regulation which was just adopted. So that's really a challenge and nobody has a real answer. But that's not a problem for Europe alone. That's not a problem for China alone. And it's not a problem for the United States alone, as we heard this morning in the opening, that the new administration wants to remove all kinds of regulation just to let the free market decide. So this is a global problem, and I can only support what Madame Xi has said in the opening, if it's a global problem, we need all countries on the table, and only the United Nations offers this opportunity. So that means the two initiatives which are now on the table in the United Nations, the scientific panel and the AI governance dialogue, so this could take the lead, because in all the other initiatives, you have a lot of exclusion. Many countries are not involved. And as Jovan has said, you know, this is a problem for all countries, small and big countries. And insofar, one message here from the IGF and from this workshop could be that we have to strengthen the leading role of the UN in AI governance. But let me add here a final point. So there is no need to reinvent the wheel, because we are on the Internet Governance Forum, and I was involved in discussions in the last couple of days about, what is the difference between Internet governance, AI governance? Is this totally new or not? So, and to a certain degree, AI governance or AI is just using the Internet. So that means you can build on what has been developed in the last 20 years in the Internet Governance Forum with the Internet, and you can use the definition for Internet governance also for AI governance. So that means to build on what you have. The definition for Internet governance has three elements. One is all stakeholders has to be involved. The second element has to be collaborative. And the third element is you need a holistic approach. And this is relevant also for AI governance. So that means no reinvention of the wheel, use the United Nations as a leading institutions, and look into the future, do not strangulate IE development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wolfgang. So you observe the emergence of international regimes and frameworks to regulate AI. Our third speaker will deliver a video message, and his name is Luigi Gambardella from China EU, a non-profit international institution.
Distinguished guests, dear friends, it is a great honor to speak to you today on a topic that is reshaping not only our economies, but the very essence of human progress, artificial intelligence. As we stand at the threshold of a new technological era, the need to build a robust AI innovation and cooperation ecosystem has never been more urgent and at the same time promising. AI is not just a tool. It is a transformative force, reshaping every aspect of our lives. For example, in healthcare, education, transportation, agriculture, and climate action. But the full potential of AI can only be unlocked if we create a framework that fosters innovation while promoting cooperation across borders, sectors, and disciplines. First, we must recognize that innovation does not happen in isolation. Breakthrough arise from diversity and connection of ideas, talents, cultures, and technologies. To harness this potential, we need an ecosystem that actively cultivates these diverse elements and enable them to interact seamlessly. Building a thriving ecosystem as such requires substantial investment in education, research, and digital infrastructure. Equally important is supporting startups, nurturing diverse talent pools, and strengthening the links between research, institutions, and industry. Public-private partnerships are not optional, but an imperative to accelerate development and translate ideas into real-world impact. Second, cooperation must go beyond national agendas. AI is global by nature. Data flows, algorithms, and application do not respect borders. That is why we must build bridges, not walls. International cooperation on ethical standards, regulatory framework, and data sharing mechanism is vital. We must avoid the trap of technological protectionism and instead embrace open innovation with trust and transparency at its core. Europe, for instance, has taken important steps with its AI Act, placing human-centered values at the heart of its vision. Yet, this is only the beginning. Initiatives ranging from leading academic hubs like Stanford Human-Centered AI to national strategies such as China AI Plan and multinational programs like the EU Invest AI and the AI Continent Action Plan. Each play unique roles in advancing AI, but these efforts should not operate in silos. We need dialogue between ecosystem, shared forum, joint projects, and trust-building mechanisms that foster mutual understanding and interoperability. Third, our ecosystem has a responsibility and a tremendous opportunity to support strategic sectors where AI can deliver rapid, scalable, and inclusive benefits, such as precision medicine, renewable energy optimization, and digital agriculture. These domains demand international coordination, from research to standards to deployment. Only through cooperation can we tackle global challenges like pandemics, food insecurity, or climate resilience. Fourth, for innovation to truly serve the world, it must be inclusive. We must avoid an AI future that deepens inequality or concentrates power in a few regions or companies. That means giving space and support to a diverse range of actors, including SMEs, startups, and researchers, especially in the global south. It means promoting open source tools, multilingual models, and accessible platforms that allow more actors to benefit and contribute, empowering a global community to shape and share the benefit of AI. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in human history, machines are learning. What we teach them, how we govern them, will define the future of our civilization. This responsibility requires more than quick fix. It demands building an AI innovation and cooperative ecosystem. Such as endeavor is not a short-term project. It is a generational mission. It calls for boldness, imagination, and unwavering commitment. Let us build an AI future where knowledge is shared, ethics are global, and progress benefits all humanity. Thank you.
Okay, that is Mr. Luiki from China EU. He talked about 4 principles about the framework of cooperation and innovation in AI. Now let's move on side. And our next speaker will be Mr. Dai Wei, who is sitting beside me, and he is from the Internet Society of China.
Okay, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good day to you all. I'm delighted to join you in this United Nations Internet Governance Forum. On behalf of Internet Society of China, I would like to extend my congratulations to the workshop. So just now, Mr. Jova talked about DeepSeek movement, and Mr. Wolfgang talked about AI governance and knowledge, and Mr. Luigi talked about the impact of the AI cooperation. So today I will talk about building an international AI cooperation ecosystem based on extensive consultation, joint contribution, and shared benefits. In recent years, artificial intelligence has become a driving force for technological revolution and industrial transformation. It's reshaping economies, industries, and governance systems. At the same time, as AI becomes more integrated into our societies, risks we are also seeing more challenges from data security risks to algorithmic bias, from social inequality to technological monopolies. And we did a lot of things for the people with disabilities and the elderly to narrow the digital divide. So that's why building an international AI cooperation ecosystem is no longer just an option. China has long supported a more inclusive global governance. As a key player in China's Internet civil society, Internet Society of China remain committed to openness, collaboration, and engagement with partners around the world in the field of AI. We have cooperation with over 20 organizations and institutions worldwide, such as including IGF, ICANN, UNESCO, and KISA is a Korean organization for private information protection. So we believe that only by uniting all stakeholders, governments, industry, universities, and civil society, can we harness the potential of AI while managing its risks. As part of our efforts to promote responsible Internet and AI development, we also serve as the secretariat of the China Internet Governance Forum. Through this platform, we bring together voices from across sectors, both domestic and international, to share ideas, tackle challenges, and collaborate on building a more inclusive digital future. We have set up an AI working committee that brings together experts from universities, research institutions, and businesses. We host salons, forums, and competitions to foster innovation and knowledge sharing. At the same time, we are developing technical standards and talent training systems to support the long-term healthy growth of the industry. So this afternoon, I heard some workshop. They discuss about the role of the international cooperation. So the role of the international cooperation is very important. So looking to the future, Internet Society of China will be committed to the development and the governance of AI. We aim to strengthen ties with global industry organizations, share experiences, promote best practices, and respond to the complex challenges. Our goal is to help build a global AI ecosystem that is open, inclusive, innovative, and mutually beneficial. We believe that through our shared efforts, AI can become a force for good, advancing global economic and social development and creating a better future for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dai Wei. So you talked about how, for example, the Internet Society of China is very widely connected to the global community and the global mighty stakeholders. And then you also mentioned about the AI Working Committee of the Internet Society of China. That is a typical feature of the institutional arrangement in China of establishing AI working committees. And so we can now move on to the second session. If time permits, we will come back to the for discussion among the panelists. The second session topic is about building an AI innovation and cooperation ecosystem. And we are going to start from Mr. Sajid Rahman. He is a board member of ICANN. Sajid?
Thank you, and good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to speak about something which is not only shaping our lives, but also demanding combined stewardship from different stakeholders of the society. When internet started, the people involved had the farsightedness to realize that no one stakeholder has all the answers. And so multi-stakeholderism evolved, and which included all the opinions and the inputs and the combined decision-making that helped internet to grow where it is today. The thing about AI is that, and I have a few friends who are in the investment world and who have invested in a lot of companies into what we call Internet 2.0, the social medias and et cetera, and now they're investing in AI companies. And they keep telling me that the growth of AI and the way it is transforming every day is something they have not seen in their previous investment life. So the acceleration is dramatic, and it is going to have a far-reaching impact than what we have experienced before. Now, when we are talking about developing an AI innovation and cooperation ecosystem, the good news is that there is actually a model. And the model is this whole multi-stakeholder framework that we talk about, which brings the technical expertise, the public interest, and global perspective to foster cooperation, trust, and accountability in how AI is deployed and developed. The important thing here is that it is not only the investors, it's not only the regulators, it is the whole different part of the society. So let me give an example. We talked about, the DeepSeek movement came up a few times. We talked about Cursor. We see how OpenAI is rolling out different models almost every 2-3 months. We're seeing how Anthropic and Perplexity and Databricks and NVIDIA, all the different players in this field are coming together. But at the same time, it is very important to understand the significant impact of academia and open research communities who provide the scientific foundations. In fact, what we see as the manifestation of AI and what we think is suddenly happened actually didn't happen. There had been a deep scientific research in academia which has been used to build what we see today. So we need to bring all the academia and open research communities together. We need to obviously bring in the public and private sector actors, especially the private sectors who build technologies, build companies, and ensure that these are monetized properly. We obviously need to bring in the government and international bodies who set the regulatory and ethical framework to guide responsible deployment. And it is very important at this point because the transparency of AI algorithms is becoming a question and a challenge, whether from an ethical perspective or from how it is getting treated by different regulatory bodies. So that remains a deep point of discussion as we talk about innovation and cooperation. And then, of course, the civil society, and we keep talking about digital divide. We saw the digital divide in Internet 2.0. The question is, how deep will the digital divide be with AI coming in? right? So how do we bring all the civil society and the marginalized communities also part of the cooperation and ecosystem? Now, one of the things which I think is very good, and it seems, while the governance of AI is not final yet, the ink is not dry, it is evolving, but we are seeing a significant shift in the right directions. Initiatives including UN Secretary General's high-level advisory body on AI, or the OECD's AI principles, the Global Partnership on AI, Councils of Europe's work on AI convention. These are all sort of incorporating the multi-stakeholder consultation process as a movement towards the governance of this, governance of AI. From an ICANN hat, as you know, that we are very much a firm believer of multi-stakeholderism, and this is something, while AI governance is beyond our remit, but at the end of the day, AI is built on, as Wolfgang touched upon, AI is built on internet. And one of the things that we do is ensuring a stable, secure DNS and the digital world and AI, so that the AI can scale safely on the platform of a scalable internet. One of the things I want to close is, the question is not whether we should cooperate. It is whether we do fast enough, broadly enough, and wisely enough to steer AI towards humanity's greatest aspiration rather than deepest fears. There are, it's like any other big technology that suddenly hits the civilization, and the question is, do we grab that technology and really steer it for the development and the improvement of every human beings on Earth, or do we create more silos? We obviously don't want to go to the next one. We don't want it to be a fear, but we want it to be our greatest aspirations. So to build an AI ecosystem that is innovative, inclusive, and sustainable, we need courage, we need humility, and we need commitment. Let this be the decade that we get this right. We won't have a second chance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sajid. So you emphasize that every stakeholder should be brought together in terms of a global AI governance, which is similar to internet governance. So then we are going to have a Professor Ricardo Pelayo.
Hi, good afternoon. It's an honor to share with you this reflection on building an ecosystem of innovation and cooperation in artificial intelligence from the legal and public policy context of Mexico. We are living in a crucial moment. As some colleagues said before, artificial intelligence is not longer a promise for the future. It is a present reality that is transforming our institutions, social relationships, and educational systems. However, this progress must not come at the expense of the human rights or equity. From the Mexican perspective, building a strong AI ecosystem involves three key pillars: a rights based on regulatory framework, a substantial digital inclusion, and national and international cooperation. The first one, regulatory development. Mexico does not yet have a specific law of artificial intelligence. Nevertheless, we do have fundamental instruments such as the Federal Law of the Protection of Personal Data and the General Law of the Rights of Children and Adolescents, which establish clear obligation to protect the privacy, dignity, and personal data of minors in the face of the technological use. Actually, in this vulnerable technological group, I will focus on this occasion. Tomorrow, on June 25th, a key point of agreement will be formally presented before the Permanent Commission of the Mexican Congress. It urges several government institutions, including the Ministry of the Interior, the Ministry of the Public Education, and the Attorney General Office, to work in coordination with local governments to design and promote comprehensive public policies and to protect children and adolescents from the risk posed by information and communication technologies. This initiative proposed that such actions go beyond just preventing cyberbullying or digital exploitation. It aims to promote critical digital literacy, foster a culture of cybersecurity, and develop innovative legal framework such as the utilization of smart contracts and blockchain technology for the protection of sensitive data. The second key is the digital inclusion. An AI ecosystem must be built on the foundation of equity. In Mexico, the digital divide remains deep. Therefore, public policies must accompany technological development with universal access to connectivity, teacher training, and design of tools that respond to local needs. This is not a merely state obligation. This is an opportunity to create an AI with Latin America identity, incorporating our languages, cultures, social challenge, and community aspiration. And the third, the most important, the international cooperation. Mexico recognizes that AI demands global approach. That is why we value spaces like this forum, where we can share common principles, ethical frameworks, and legislative experience, such as the European Union Artificial Intelligence Act, which has set a clear path for risk based on regulation. Mexican academia is committed to actively participating in these multilateral spaces to strengthen international cooperation and build governance framework that prioritizes the transparency, data protection, and accountability. Finally, in Mexico, it's advising and building an ecosystem AI innovation and cooperation, driven by clear vision to promote technological development while upholding human dignity. The proposal to be presented tomorrow in the Congress reflects this commitment in this not enough to regulate after harm is done. We must anticipate, legislate, educate, and cooperate now. Only through shared responsibility can we build an ethical, inclusive, and transformative artificial intelligence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. So you have brought here the three pillars from the Mexican perspective. And our next speaker will be Professor Dali Na from the Shanghai Academy of Social Sciences.
Good afternoon, dear delegates and participants. It's a great honor for me to have the opportunity to introduce the practical experience of Shanghai in building an innovative cooperation ecosystem for AI. My presentation will consist of two parts. The first part is Shanghai's status and achievements in AI development. Shanghai is one of the largest cities in China. As a pioneer in reform and opening up and a forerunner in innovation, Shanghai has long been committed to building itself into a global influential hub for scientific and technological innovation. Nowadays, Shanghai has set for itself a new goal, namely to establish itself as a global AI hub with a world-class AI industrial cluster. Designating AI as one of its three leading industries, Shanghai has leveraged its comprehensive advantage, namely rich educational and scientific resources, a abundant industrial foundation, abundant data resources, and a high level of openness to emerge as a leading city in China AI development. By fostering the coordinated growth of core AI technologies, fundamental software and hardware intelligent products, and industrial applications, Shanghai has built a relatively complete AI and industrial chain. And the second part is pathways to build Shanghai's AI innovation ecosystem. There are 5 key pathways. The first one is strengthening top-level design and leveraging the government's guidance role. Shanghai has introduced a number of policies and measures to promote AI development. Key initiatives include these 8 important policies. Now, the innovation ecosystem for fundamental models has flourished, marked by projects like Xu Hui's Model Speed Space and Pudong's Model Power Community. The second is improving the AI industrial chain and innovation collaboration ecosystem. We have strengthened the local 4+X innovation hubs by connecting leading enterprises and institutions in the fundamental model. Shanghai has fostered resourcing sharing and mutual promotion among dispersed entities, creating a differential innovation landscape that encompasses fundamental models in Xuhui's River area, smart chips in Lingang New area, humanoid robots in Zhangjiang, and intelligence robots in Maqiao. The third is deepening industry academia research integration to accelerate AI technology innovation. In talent development, Shanghai leverages its rich academic resources to cultivate interdisciplinary professionals. Examples are the AI colleges in Shanghai Jiaotong Universities and Fudan Universities and Shanghai University of Electric Power. The fourth is driving AI innovation through industrial integration ecosystem development. Shanghai is advancing AI plus applications in 6 key sectors: finance, manufacturing, education, healthcare, culture, tourism, and urban governance. Last but not least is deepening international cooperation and activity participating in global governance. In international collaboration, Shanghai has done the following. It facilitates the establishment of headquarters on new ventures by global AI leaders, offering policy support in financing, research and development, talent, and markets. It leverages events like the China International Import-Export and World AI Conference to host high-level academic events and conduct inventive institutions, providing an international cooperation platform for stakeholders to engage in AI industry development and governance. In addition, it engaged in global governance through institutions like a National Test Zone Governance Working Group and the Shanghai Industry Security Committee, while organizing forums on AI ethics, safety, and governance initiatives like Shanghai Initiative on AI Safety Development and Shanghai Declaration on Global AI Governance, align AI development with the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, ensuring human-centric and benevolent progress. Above all is all the 5 key pathways and ongoing forward. Shanghai will uphold its pioneering spirit to build a more dynamic AI innovation and collaboration ecosystem and contribute its strengths to the global AI development and governance. Thank you for your attention and welcome to Shanghai, welcome to China. Enjoy our smart city.
Thank you, Professor Dai, for the introduction of the Shanghai experience. And finally, we're going to have Wu Shuyan from China Mobile Research Institute.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to attend this forum. The theme of my speech is harnessing wisdom and strength, working together to build an AI collaboration ecosystem. AI has become the driving force in technology and industrial innovation, transforming the production, lifestyle, and governance. Firstly, AI is being widely applied across industries. It is being embedded into industrial systems, enhancing the efficiency of value chain and creating new production from such as digital twins. Secondly, AI is reshaping lifestyles. It is redefining consumer experiences, employing artistic creation, and AI in smart devices boosts intelligence capabilities. Thirdly, AI optimizing governance. It enhances policy making, improving public service delivery, and fostering innovative approaches to public service. As AI evolves rapidly, we should address new challenges such as data privacy leak, algorithm bias, and the digital divide. Due to the cross-border application of AI technologies, the global flow of data, and the differences in legal regulations among countries, these challenges are inherently global in nature. Therefore, we should strengthen technological exchange and cooperation, build global consensus on AI governance, and work toward an inclusive collaboration and open international ecosystem for AI. China has been an active supporter in building the global AI ecosystem. We are committed to promoting international exchanges in AI and participating in global AI governance. In recent years, China has put forward initiatives such as Global AI Governance Initiative, participating in Paris AI Action Summit, and signed a statement on inclusive and sustainable AI for people and the planet. China has always put people first and championed the use of AI for good. We emphasize mutual respect, advocate for openness and sharing, and work to establish ethical standards for AI. Under the framework of the United States nation, we are committed to promoting AI that is inclusive, equitable, and sustainable for all. As a world-famous telecom operator, China Mobile has achieved global first in several aspects, including network scale, customer base, and revenue size. To seize AI development opportunities, China Mobile is implementing the AI Plus Action Plan and working as AI provider, aggregator, and operator. It has fully developed its strengths in three key areas: large-scale computing cluster, large volume of data, and large language model. For example, it launched two huge computing clusters and developed our O9 foundation model. Internally, AI is deeply empowering all business areas, significantly enhancing work efficiency and customer satisfaction. Externally, our AI solutions have already powered more than 1,000 real-world applications across health, energy, and other key industries. Additionally, China Mobile, along with partners, launched the AI Plus Go Global Ecosystem Alliance to promote our global AI adoption. Currently, it has already launched the AI International Large Language Model Integrated Server and AI Plus
Can I
Global Solutions.
cut you off?
Overall,
here?
AI is driving a new wave of technological revolution and industrial transformation. It is reshaping the global economic society and even the human civilization.
I have to cut you off
Okay.
here. Thank you very
That's all.
much.
Thank you.
So let's try to wrap up a little bit within this 1 minute. I end with perhaps one quote for Wolfgang. I think for Yuan, point out that AI is not a commodity, and for Wolfgang, UN should play a leading role in AI governance. And for Luigi talks about the EU experience, and for Daiwei, ISOC and China IGF is very well connected. And Sajid, the sentence is no one stakeholder has all the answers. Ricardo, you emphasize human rights and equity. And for Delina, she talked about Shanghai experience. And for our last speaker, he talked about some China initiatives. With that, I think I close this open forum, and I thank our speakers for their wonderful ideas. Also, I thank the Director General Qi Xiaoxia for making this happen, and also our audience. Thank you very much.